Welcome to the Milford School Board meeting Monday, August 3rd, 2020. And we're starting at 7:07 in the Milford High School cafeteria. Before we get going, and I just want to introduce everybody. To my left is School Board Member Joe Fatuli, Vice Chair Holly Talapa, Secretary Judy Zano, Board Member Ron Carvel, and Superintendent Jessica Heisinger. How are you today? Thank you. And I just want to take a moment to make a statement, for myself and somewhat on behalf of the school board, but I want to thank everybody for attending tonight. And it's finally great to see everybody in person versus all Zoom. And for those on Zoom, still plenty of seats if you want to come. But just a couple of things. I want to thank the superintendent and the back to school committee for all their hard work in putting together some great options for the board to review and to make a decision on tonight. I would also like to thank the entire staff for a wonderful July 29th meeting that you had. Seemed very successful. I got to watch it a couple times, and the question and answers, I think it was great leading into tonight's meeting, so thank you very much for doing that. If you didn't take time to watch that, please do so, as it does answer many more questions that you may have. As a reminder, tonight is a school board meeting, and speaking for myself, and really not on behalf of the board, as the chairman of the Milford School Board District, I've promised our parents and our teachers of our school district and the many people I've had the privilege to speak to, that I will not send our students back to school for face-to-face instruction until it's safe to do so. I believe it's important to gather as much information from different sources as possible to make an informed decision. As the chairman of the board, I will tell you our school board members have lost countless hours of sleep and have been agonizing over a decision we have to make tonight. As leaders, it's our responsibility to make the best decision as possible with the information provided while respecting the opinions of others. As a board, we have to make a leadership decision that very few have to. Some leaders will not make the big decisions as a result of pressure of knowing that some people are not going to be happy with the decisions that are being made. Some people play it safe and wait for others to commit. As a community, we should be able to agree and disagree in a respectful manner, the decision and opinions of others, but still support each other when the final decision is made. As board members, you will get more support than criticism. Learn to thrive off the positive, not the negative, and trust your instincts. With that in mind, I remind the board we have the responsibility to make a decision that provides the safest learning environment for our students, teachers, and staff. Tonight, do not be influenced by threats or losing out on federal funding, friends, votes, Facebook criticism, and countless more reasons. We owe it to our taxpayers to keep our community safe and continue to be fiscally responsible. Tonight's decision will be made that provides the safest learning experience for those that are directly affected. We've been provided options from the committee that was presented and delivered by the superintendent and staff. As board members, it's your turn to ask any needed questions to the superintendent that helps you make the best decision you can. I do want to remind everybody here tonight that this is a school board meeting and not a deliberative session. Please refer to policy 2152, public participation at a board meeting. Under policy 2152, we have a maximum of 20 minutes to hear public comment, and each individual will be allotted 3 minutes. I will ask the board secretary to keep track of each speaker. Due to the importance of this meeting and the respect the board has for the public comment, I would like to see if the board wants to entertain a motion to extend the 20 minutes to a reasonable amount of time to allow additional public comment. Also, to keep the meeting under control, I would also remind the board members to not respond or speak out unless recognized by the school board chair, so we do not have multiple people speaking at once. We appreciate everybody attending today, and I want to personally thank the staff and volunteers involved in support of Back to School plan. And why don't you join me, please, and saying our thanks to all the people that participated in with the committee, the staff who is exhausted in getting this plan together. Please join me in a round of applause for these people. So with that said, public comment time. Thank you.
Diane DeHaan, 37 Briarcliff Drive, Milford, New Hampshire.
Hi, Diane.
Hi. I've been thinking about the last Zoom meeting, and an idea came to me. Instead of a classroom being organized around grade level, do it geographically, not by age. These children play together in my neighborhood without masks, on their bicycles together. They could easily ride the bus together. They're together all summer, eating freezer pops from Market Basket on the stoop, playing basketball. Why not put them in the same classroom, kind of an old-fashioned idea, different grades? School is never going to be what it was a year ago, but at least they could come to school. The ones that needed physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy could get what they need. They could get some socialization. Yes, they could wear masks while they're in the classroom, but when they're outside, and they would need a good 20-minute break if they had to wear the mask for an hour, in my belief. So recess will never be the same either. They're not all going to eat lunch together and then run around outside like nuts and then come in. You have to space it, and they have to be separated from people that they don't live near. You kind of create a tribe system so that this is your group. So in my neighborhood, it would be Valhalla, Millbrook, Briarcliff, maybe part of Wellesley. They play together anyway. And you know, in the old-fashioned schoolhouse, someone would help a student do math while the other rest of the class is learning, say, geography. Would it hurt my third grader this year to learn long division if somebody was learning it next to him? I don't think so. I think we need to rethink how we use people and how we group the students, because there's a lot of people who are going to keep their kids home. I've heard this anecdotally when I'm out and about, and people who are going to put their kids in school. A lot of them have kids who have failed in their mind with remote learning. And I believe in with my heart, my grandson has failed with remote learning. He has a brand new Chromebook that we gave him for Christmas last year. I'm very terrible at the computer. I haven't been in their house since the second week of March. So these children need to be with other adults who are masked, the teachers need hoods. Every teacher should have a hood and a mask. You cannot expect them to work without it, in my belief. So this is a different way of learning. It doesn't have to be perfect, but at least it gets them into school. The parents who want them to go to school, they could go. They're with these kids all summer on my street. Why can't they get on a bus together and put their mask on? But they're going to need mask breaks. You can't expect little ones to have a mask on for 6 hours. Now, you all know my grandson is autistic. We are already working with him, and I have to thank Kathy Wilson for this. She helped me find, oh, sorry, I'm too long. I have another minute?
Sure.
Okay. That she helped me find, if you go on Etsy, you can find Minecraft masks, which third graders and second graders love Minecraft, if anybody needs it. So in my belief, these little ones have a whole new look on life. If a fire truck goes by their house in their neighborhood, they think it's somebody's birthday because the siren's on. I couldn't help myself, and some of my children are going to kill me for saying this. I took my 8-year-old a week ago and I kissed the top of his head with my mask on, and he had his mask on, and he said, "Grandma, are you going to give my hair COVID?" This is their new life. They're afraid of their grandma, and we have to do something to help them. They can't keep up with this. We have to help these children, all of them. So if possible, let's re-envision the structure and the goal of classroom learning. What was old could be a new approach to a modern problem. Multi-grade classrooms and If people need to, I understand you don't want people to opt out of the classroom learning and then suddenly decide to come back in. But maybe make an option, a provision, if you're doing at-home learning and it's difficult, there's a teacher's aide and a teacher. You can come with your child and get help with the classroom learning that's online. Does it have to be all or nothing? You either stay home or you go. So that's my ideas.
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much.
sorry I went over.
That's quite all right. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's like when it's 1 minute left, just have an answer, just, yeah. All right, just, Judy will be, you keeping the time, so if she puts like one finger up, you just have 1 minute left, okay, please? Thank you.
Also, people from home may post questions or comments on Zoom, and I'm going to try to see that.
Well, we're not gonna read questions. They can-
If no one's
all right.
I'm John Wynn from 344 Elm Street,
Mr. Nguyen, how are you?
and I'm also the chairman of the Milford School Budget Advisory Committee. The Milford School District 2021 budget was developed in the fall of 2019 and approved by voters in March of 2020, before the societal, public health, and educational changes caused by COVID-19 and the global pandemic. As such, the financial needs within the budget will be different from the original budget as proposed and approved. The SBAC met in a public emergency session on Thursday, July 29, 2020 at 7 p.m. in the Milford Community House to agree on a statement of our thoughts on the reopening of school. We are all in agreement that sound business practices would dictate a temporary restraint of discretionary spending until the administration identify what resources they will actually need in this brave new world. We are all in agreement that all the spending needs to be reviewed to determine if under the new reality that all spending areas still make sense. If there is any assistance that we can provide by the SBAC, please just contact us as we're willing to help.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. I appreciate the support.
Hi, Marcia Brew, 11 Foxmore Circle. I was just asking if we do, or if you guys do vote on it, that we do not go back to school physically in the buildings. Can the information be looked at again in possibly 6 to 8 weeks and have that on a school board meeting already set? I know you guys haven't voted on it, but just, can we look at the information again in a timely fashion to see if documentation has changed, stats have changed? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there, we have time for like one more question, if anybody in the Zoom.
There's a couple. Do you want to? Okay, so there's a
There's
couple
nobody else
questions on
online.
Zoom. Mike McLean, my question is with the hybrid model, why would we not do Group A on Monday and Tuesday, clean on Wednesday, then Group B on Thursday and Friday and clean over the weekend? This seems like a safer way to avoid possible COVID issues. Another comment from Jennifer Ardoti, 14 Johnson Street. I'd like to ask the board to recommend whatever plan we end up with sooner and more frequently than just at the end of the semester in January. It's a review process throughout the schooling, it sounds like.
Any more?
Erin Arias, my question is, how will preschool staff approach children ages 3 and 4 that are unable to don their masks independently or who are unable to tolerate masks due to developmental or behavioral reasons? And the final question, Amy Canty, 48 Webster Street. We need to consider what is the most important thing here, going to a physical school building but risking exposure and extreme illness or death, or staying home and limiting exposure and risk. How much is a child's teacher's life worth?
Very good, and thank you, everybody in Zoom for putting up your questions, and we'll definitely keep an eye on any additional questions that come our way via Zoom. So, Mr. Vitek?
Steve Etak, 5 Georgetown Drive. Mr. Hannon, in your opening statement, you said that you were going to ask the board about extending the 20-minute time. So I didn't know at what point in time you were going to actually ask the board if we can do that. So I just kind of wanted to find out if that was going to happen.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we'll definitely, when we get to after the presentation that we're all here for, really, if we get to that point, maybe we can extend that, that piece, and I'll definitely bring that up again.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, definitely want to get everybody's thoughts in. Thank you for the reminder, though. And we'll take one more question as part of the comments.
Less a question, more a comment. My name is Bowden Zaritsky. I live at 124 Melindy Road. I just want us to think about one thing. What we have to fear is fear itself. We need to show our children that we're not going to be afraid of everything. Let's speak about the facts. Currently, the population of New Hampshire is 1.359, 711 people. Of those, there are 582 active cases. In Milford, of around 10,000 people, we have 5 active cases. In both circumstances, that represents less than 0.05, so that's 0.005%. Just so that we can get this, understand the dimensions of what we're talking about, right? We're talking about 5 people in the entire town having a disease, and we're considering shutting down school for our children. So I want us to understand the impact that that has on the children. First of all, loss of knowledge. Even somebody with an advanced degree in mathematics, I don't feel qualified to teach my son Troy 11th grade math. If we let the children fall behind too far, think of the impact that we're going to have on their lives. Every year of lost education costs a child $30,000 of earnings in their lifetime. So just as the parents I feel have spoken, the ones at least who filled out the survey, somebody just told me here that, well, most of us didn't fill it out. We'd already given up. I hope that's not true. I thought we got 800 responses. Of those responses, fully 82% of the parents said that they wanted some kind of in-school education. And 56% said normal operations, or as close to normal as possible. So I just want us to make sure that we think about those things as well, instead of panicking. If you take a look at if you look at the numbers of the COVID infections, there was a spike until about the middle of April, and there's been a dramatic decrease. And it's not like we haven't opened up the town. You know, it's not like it used to be on Friday and Saturday night in Milford, but boy, it's pretty close. There's actually traffic in the Oval now. And if you go to the Boys and Girls Club, there are children there all the time, have been there all summer. Those little ones are without masks. I don't know, I have not heard of one case of a serious illness in a child in this town. Not one. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're all set? Oh, yes. Okay, we're going to be, that'll be the ending of this portion of public comment. Oh, come on up. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Hi, Suzanne Shadeen, Oxbrook Woods Road. I just want to say, before I came here tonight, I had the news on, unfortunately, and we all heard of the story now of the Georgia School District and the number of cases that happened in 3 days. And I know it's a hotspot down there, but I just want to say that I really appreciate the board putting the safety of the students and the staff first in whatever their plan is that they decide. This is a tough decision, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll wrap up. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, and we'll be revisiting comments after we get through some more housekeeping here. But we'll move on to board member comments. No board member comments, and so we'll move to housekeeping. Approval of the professional nominations. Let me grab my nomination sheet. Do you want me to read through the names for you?
You can do that, Mr. Chairman, or you can make a motion to approve all the professional nominations.
Want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve all the professional nominations?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Carvel,
Second.
second by Ms. Zano. Discussion? No discussion. All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
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 And I, Mr. Hannan. And that passes 5-0 for all the professional nominations. So good, congratulations to everybody. That was nice to go through. Approval of the minutes for July 6, 2020. To remind everybody, this was the minutes that we asked to push into this meeting. Did everybody have an opportunity, and I know we've been very busy, did everybody have an opportunity to review these minutes?
These were actually last month's minutes. We pushed those ones out to the next.
Push these ones out?
No, we pushed June 15th out, and these are.
We
actually
didn't
last
come back to
month's.
June 15th?
No, these are last month's.
We want these ones too? Okay,
These ones are
so
fine.
approval of July 6 minutes as read.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There is a word missing on line 536.
On 536?
Page, excuse me, on line 536. It's way toward the end, and it's supposed to be praxis. It's tough to say with a mask on. Praxis, Praxis 2. And it was in discussion about the math teacher and his qualifications, the math teacher at Bales School.
Okay. So what should be the correct?
Excuse me, currently it says inaudible,
Yep,
and it should be Praxis 2.
okay. Noted.
Thank you.
Any other corrections, changes?
Mine doesn't have the line items on it.
It doesn't have the line on?
No.
It's on page,
That's fine.
they're
That's
not
a good,
numbered
that's a good.
13.
Mine does not, did not print with line items for some reason.
so we'll send these, yeah. Joe?
Ours don't have pages either.
So we'll send it back for review or
I think if that's the only change, we can just
approve it?
prove it with that.
With that
Okay.
change,
That
right.
amendment, that's fine.
Have a motion to approve as, with the change
Sure, so moved.
by Ron Carvel, second
I'll second.
by Mrs. Slappa. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Can I just make one suggestion? We did have a question from the audience, and I think it's a great point, just to read out loud quickly who the nominations are. So I know we approved them all, but people in Zoom are asking, especially somebody that's on the list is
Yeah,
asking.
they're actually posted on the exhibit through, if you
Okay.
open up the,
All right.
all they have to do is open up the agenda, and that's set on the school board, and they can go through those.
Excuse me, there was a note at the bottom that somebody needs to release the hold so they can hear the meeting on Zoom.
Release the what?
A hold? It was a note from one of the people watching.
Jerry?
Can people on Zoom not hear?
Is there any,
I'll ask. Can you hear?
Okay.
apparent, maybe it's just a single person's problem because the next person said they
Everybody
could
can
hear.
They can hear.
Okay,
Okay.
good. All right.
Congratulations to all those who are joining.
All
And
right,
welcome.
old business, policy proposals, policy 2150, general rules for board meetings. This is a second reading. Any questions or Mr. Carvel?
No, I just will make a motion to approve policy 2150 for its second reading.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Carvel. Second by, yeah, I know that. I was just kind of reading it myself. I wanted to make sure. I don't have sometimes a chance to read them. By Mr. Fatuli. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, and it passes through a second reading. New business, discussion regarding the school board meeting technology needs.
Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned a possible discussion about technology needs to be able to enlist as many people during this pandemic as possible. As you can see tonight, we have social distancing 6 feet apart, but in the case that we might want to have more than 100 people in the room, tonight we're using Zoom, but Mr. Studar had talked about possibly purchasing technology that would allow us to include more participants in the meeting.
So I have a question about technology. Could the technology that we're using here tonight be replicated in each and every room throughout all of the schools if full distance remote education until safe procedures were in place were an option on the table? Jerry, and I don't know if you can answer that, but would this type of setup work where we could have a teacher come in and maybe some students, but it's full live remote teaching?
So Jerry Steiderhard, Director of Technology. Clarify that a little bit?
So the technology that we're using right here, yes. I know that there had been, some discussion on Canvas and some different types of options you were looking at. In the event that we were to consider some type of full remote live teaching, is this the technology that we would utilize, or what is the technology that we would utilize?
It would be very similar to this. We would probably set up either a large Google Meet or a Google Zoom, and then invite many people into it. And that's what Dr. Huizenga was talking about, was to get a larger Zoom account so we can do that. And there are some conversations about, if we can do that in a classroom, projected maybe a teacher on a screen or something like that too. I wasn't sure if that's what you were talking about.
Yes, so I'm asking, could we, and what would the additional cost be?
Yes, and good question. I think I'd have to sit down and look at the details about how that would work, and speakers in the classroom and microphones and stuff like that.
So we haven't looked into that as of yet?
We've talked about it a little bit. It's been more in the other direction, not broadcasting into a classroom, but broadcasting from a teacher out to the town. So we have started talking about that a little bit, but I haven't had a chance to work the numbers out yet.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Carvel?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, when we talk about the technology for the meeting, that was something different, right?
Right.
The answer was for teaching, right? That's
correct.
Okay, so I guess are we just talking about the technology to conduct these meetings and broadcast them better? Is that what we were looking for?
No, we're
to
looking
discuss?
for more for any type of remote learning possibility to make it easier for the teachers and for the students. From technology, I know that the town has also looked in some, with Chris Gentry and I had spoken very briefly in regards to some technologies that would enhance that.
Okay.
And it does come with a price point.
Yeah.
But, maybe we'll wait until another meeting. We can have more details on that. And I know Mr. Federico also reached out to me and be willing to have us take a look at it. Maybe we can take a look at it as a board and with the superintendent's approval.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
No, great question. Thank you. Okay, any other questions on that? Okay. All right, and then let's move to reopening of schools.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope everyone can hear me okay. First, I just want to say thank you to the board. Thank you to the community members who are present with us here tonight. All of those of you who are joining us on Zoom. I want to say a special thank you to the Reopening of Schools Task Force, all 46 members who spent multiple days and multiple hours providing input to the administrative team for us to review. I also just want to say an incredibly special thank you to the administrative team. This group of people have put in incredible amount of hours reviewing multiple options, multiple schedules, looking at a variety of different angles. And honestly, I know we use the word unprecedented and we use lots of different words to describe our current situation, but I've not come across anything in my lifetime as challenging and as difficult as the conversation that we're going to have tonight. I just want to say a special thank you to our fire department. Jason Smetic has been incredible. He's been available to me on Sundays and Saturdays, daytime and evening, to answer all of our questions, and has just been incredibly integral to our work. So Jason, thank you, and thank you for being here tonight. You know, as I said, this is probably the most challenging thing I've ever faced in my career, and just as a mother, as a wife. And there are no perfect answers. I think, you know, if there were, every school district and every state governor and commissioner of education probably would have given us a recipe to help us navigate exactly what is the right thing to do. But what we're going to present tonight is our best recommendation with the current data that we have and the current feedback that we've been given by the Milford community. I want to thank all of the hundreds of people that have responded to multiple surveys. It hasn't just been one. We sent out one at the end of remote learning in the spring. We sent out another one in early July, and we sent out another one last Monday to receive feedback on our reopening plan. And we had over 300 people join us on our Zoom call on Wednesday night to ask great questions and provide us even more feedback. Feedback kept coming in over the weekend, and even as of this afternoon, we were still having people continue to fill out the survey and provide us feedback. So tonight, members of the board, we really have three objectives. One is to approve a school model for the start of the 2021 school year. Also to approve a recommended revised 2021 school calendar. And also, and I think very important, is to discuss financial implications for the 2021 school year. You do have a handout, a copy of what you received. This is slightly updated from the copy you received on Friday. In terms of some of the financial implications and costs. To your question, Ms. Talapa, live streaming technology has been investigated, and that is listed in the remote cost list there. So we have looked into it, and there are cost implications for that. So I'm going to start with part one, which is discussion around the phase-in approach and the models that were proposed within the plan. The reopening of schools plan feedback. This was as of 12:30 today. And as you can see, the majority of respondents to the feedback survey, we've gotten over 360 responses. 81% of those respondents were parents. 11.4% were teachers. We had some students respond to the survey, which I thought was awesome. We had paraprofessionals respond to the survey, classified staff respond to the survey. So this is the breakdown of the data that we have as of this afternoon, okay? Now, the feedback that we've received in terms of the model options that were proposed in the reopening plan draft as of this afternoon, we, as you can see, it's pretty much split, a third, and a third. So right now, as of today, 35.5% would like to fully return to campus with a remote option. So that's a significant number that would just like a full return to school. For option B, 32% of the respondents would prefer a hybrid model with the remote option. So that would be one of the two, if not both, of the options, A/B days and AM/PM sessions for elementary school. A question came up in the chat that also came up on Wednesday about why we did not propose an AA Win Wednesday BB model. And the reason was for that, and I can reiterate the answer that I gave on Wednesday, was that the feeling we had as a leadership team was, although it would provide 2 days of continuity, the con was, and we felt this con outweighed the pros, was that for 5 straight days, students would be without contact physically with their teachers, and they would have no contact physically with their peers. And we felt that that was a really long time and a long stretch of time for them not to have face-to-face contact with a teacher and or a peer. And one of the pieces of feedback that we received in the spring was a concern that parents had that students were not able to connect with their peers and they were having a hard time online remotely developing a sense of community with their peers and also with their teachers. And so that's why we shifted away from that AA win BB model. The third split, after 32% of hybrid option, preferably, is a fully remote option at 24.5%. Option C is that they would prefer to have their kids at home under one of the other two, option A or option B models, which brings us almost literally to a third, and a third. So that's the feedback results as of today. Okay. Now, I thought it was important to share the feedback from district staff. So as of today, we had 279 total respondents of district staff just in terms of their comfort in returning to school campuses this year. The question, returning to classrooms as usual, as you can see, 70% of the staff feel somewhat uncomfortable to uncomfortable. Returning to classrooms with students on a full-time schedule and with updated safety measures, including the use of face masks, shields, and hand washing protocols. 29% felt they were comfortable to somewhat comfortable with that. 67% felt that they were somewhat uncomfortable to uncomfortable. Now, this data is included in the reopening plan. It has not changed very much. The next question is a blended model with alternating days, AB with Wednesdays serving as a what I need Wednesday. Staff felt somewhat more comfortable with this at 48%, and still 44% felt somewhat uncomfortable to uncomfortable. Students returning to virtual online learning only until it's safer to return to campus. 66% felt comfortable to somewhat comfortable with that. 27% felt somewhat uncomfortable to uncomfortable. Students completing the entire 2020 to 2021 school year virtually online, 38% of our staff felt comfortable to somewhat comfortable with that, and 48% of our staff felt somewhat uncomfortable to uncomfortable with that option. Employees wearing face masks, the staff strongly agree at 83%, with 10% disagreeing to strongly disagreeing. And students wearing face masks or shields, 78% of our staff strongly agree, and 15% disagree to strongly disagree with students wearing face masks and shields. So as you can see, that is the perspective of the staff, which differs somewhat from the perspective of the community in terms of a return to school. So we did take into account all of the feedback from the forum last Wednesday, as well as went through the numerous comments that we received from the reopening of plan survey that was put out. And so some of the changes that we're recommending to the plan based on that feedback, number one, is that we are going to state that masks are now required of all students at all times, with the exception of eating and strenuous activity, and we will provide mask breaks throughout the day. So that's one change. The initial proposal had all students in grades 2 through 12 wearing face masks and students could remove their face masks at their desks. Students pre-K, K, and 1 were not going to be required, but it would be recommended that they wear face masks. We are making that change based on pretty strong feedback from staff and community members that all students will be required at all times to wear face masks, again, with the exception of eating and strenuous activity. Another change based on the plan feedback was we are going to recommend adding a half planning professional development day for teachers at the elementary level. So every other Wednesday, the AM students will attend school, and every other Wednesday, the PM students will attend school, and the other half of that day will be set aside for teacher planning. There was the feeling of inequity that teachers at the secondary level were being provided with a Win Wednesday, and we have taken that feedback from members of our staff and have now adjusted the schedule so that teachers will have that half-day planning time on Wednesdays. Another change that we are going to recommend this evening is to add a regular reassessment cycle of whether to continue or move into remote learning. During these, we will reassess our status with updates with local and state officials, approximately in 5 to 6 week intervals. September 9th will be the first day of school. That day will be remote only as a welcome back and introduction day for all students. And we are looking at a daily wellness screening approach. Also, another change, and this came from feedback, was that students and staff will be allowed to bring their own personal water bottles, hydro flasks, to use during the school day with guidelines. Bottles shall not be left unattended for any length of time, or they'll be discarded into the waste bin. All bottles should be labeled with the name of the owner, and under no circumstances will sharing of water bottles be permissible. Health protocols prior to coming to school. All staff are going to be asked to successfully complete an online coronavirus awareness training. All staff will be required to provide written acknowledgement on a quarterly basis, agreeing to conduct daily self-screenings related to COVID-19 symptoms prior to reporting to work. If a staff member has any symptoms of COVID-19, they should contact their supervising administrator to report those symptoms and stay home from school. Staff will be required to enter absences in ASAP as directed by district policy and or their CBA, noting the absence as COVID-19 related. And if any staff member is symptomatic the following morning, they may return to work, but if your symptoms continue, they're to follow up with their PCP for further evaluation. They'll be allowed to return to school based on their symptoms, further evaluation, and clearance from their PCP. Tonight, we met as a leadership team this afternoon and had another lengthy discussion about our recommendation. And we are recommending that we begin the year with a hybrid approach as laid out in the reopening of schools plan, an AB day model for secondary, and an AM PM for elementary. We're looking for the board to approve phase 1 being August 24th to September 8th, which is 9 days of staff preparation, with September 9th being the first day of school. Phases 2 and 3 will be September 10th through October 16th. And then phase 4 will be a reassessment period. And so we're looking for about 6 weeks of hybrid model between September 10th and October 16th, and then assess whether or not we need to continue in that hybrid model and or move into remote learning, and or if, God willing, we have a vaccine, we can bring all of our students back. Those reassessment periods will happen routinely, October 19th being our first, November 23rd being our second, and December 21st prior to the holiday break being our third. And so this is what it would look like: our 9 days of staff preparation, our hybrid approach from September 10th through October 16th, and then we reassess whether or not we move into remote, we move back to school fully, or we continue in the hybrid model, depending on our conversations and collaborations with local and state officials and the data behind our current status with COVID. So many people are probably wondering why this is where we landed. And we had good reason. We felt that phases 1 through 3 allows us to make informed decisions and best prepare for remote learning in the first 6 weeks of school. However, that transition to remote learning may happen earlier if public health dictates the necessity of it. We feel it's very important to develop the capacity to be able to move fluidly between the models. We have no idea, due to the unpredictability of this pandemic, as to whether or not we will see spikes, we will see reductions. And so we feel it's very, very important that we build our capacity during that first 6 weeks of school to be able to move quickly between any model that the current conditions dictate. We also feel very strongly that in order to have a strong remote model, which many parents gave us a lot of wonderful feedback on in the spring, teachers and students need time to develop relationships. And it's very difficult to develop those relationships online when you've not had any personal interaction with your students or your teacher. We also felt that students who were new to buildings, such as our kindergartners, our second graders, our sixth graders, our ninth graders who are making transitions to new buildings, needed time to be able to acclimate to those environments and get to know their new schools. Students also need the opportunity to learn safety protocols in a hybrid and on-site learning, because if we are going to transition, what we don't want to do is lose time when we could have front-loaded a lot of these things. And again, it allows us the ability to be able to move more fluidly between the models depending on what the circumstances dictate. Also, technology resources. We've been informed that we will not necessarily have the numbers of Chromebooks to be completely one-to-one at the start of school. We anticipate receiving the final order of Chromebooks the week of September 21st. So this will also allow us to build up our technology needs as well as prepare for high quality remote learning should the need arise. We also feel that it's important to be able to acclimate students to routines and expectations in both a remote environment as well as in person. And if we're going to be the most successful in a remote environment, students need to be able to look and know their peers face-to-face as well as know their teachers face-to-face. So when they do make that transition online, there is that strong relationship and acclimation to the routines and expectations. We also feel that we need this time to support students' social and emotional learning needs. It's been 5 or 6 months since students have been in school in regular routines. And we also know that this has had an incredible impact on our students socially, emotionally, on their mental health in some cases. And we feel it's very important that we take this time to build a strong foundation if the circumstances were to push us back towards the need for a remote option. And as of today, I had a conversation with Jason. Our COVID cases are still low. As one member of the community said, we currently have 5 local cases. And statewide, our cases are actually much lower than they were a couple weeks ago. We're at 387 cases statewide. And so we feel if there was a time to bring students back and do all of the things that we've listed here, to bring and take this 6-week window to accomplish all of that in preparation to be able to move and into any circumstance that we face, now is the time to do it. So some considerations that need to be taken into account: staffing. There are qualifying reasons under the Family First Coronavirus Response Act for staff to take COVID sick leave and/or family leave. And as of this time, we have approximately 20 teachers who have contacted HR to notify us that they may have a need that may qualify under this act. And so staffing is something that we will have to take into consideration as we discuss the model by which the board decides to move. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stop and allow the board some time to discuss the model and the leadership team's recommendation and ask us any questions that you might have.
Any board members have any questions for the
I have a
superintendent?
question. My first question is for the slide number 6, feedback from staff. I noticed the answers range from, and forgive me, I can't read it exactly, but it was something like somewhat comfortable to somewhat uncomfortable. Were there only 2 options given to answer that question? The 4 questions that were asked of staff and teachers? It's the bottom slide, the 6th slide in the presentation, bottom slide on the 2nd page.
Ms. Talapa, your question is, were only 2 options given?
Yeah.
No, 4 options were given. We just,
This one. Well, they mostly seem to equal, can you put that slide back up?
sure.
So they mostly seem to equal 100%. So I'm just wondering, did all the teachers answer just those 2 selections, or were those the only 2 options given? You mean a 3rd option?
No, see, there was 5 options. So comfortable was an option, somewhat comfortable was an option.
Okay, so you combined them.
Yes.
Comfortable was an option and somewhat comfortable was an option.
Somewhat uncomfortable, and then there was non-applicable.
Okay. Is there a
or-
reason that we combined it and didn't just show the actual data? I'm just curious, because that might influence, like, we're most, like, I would like to see the actual data.
We can provide that for you. It was more to be able to fit it on the slide. We can provide that breakdown.
I have another question too. On slide number 8 then, changes to the plan based on feedback. So masks required of all students at all times, with the exception of eating and strenuous activity. So I know a lot of districts are having their kids go outside to take masks off. I don't know if that was a consideration for any part of this plan. And what would you constitute as strenuous activity? And if we're doing half days, why would we even introduce the risk of eating in classrooms?
So for the elementary schools, students who are in the AM session will take their lunch with them home. Students who come to school in the PM session will be provided their lunch at that time.
And the strenuous activity would be?
Strenuous activity would be physical education.
So we'll still plan to have phys ed classes where the kids take their masks off and?
In the elementary school, I believe the specials will be done virtually. And at the secondary level, I believe at both the middle and high school, they plan to do it outside unless the weather dictates they cannot. And then they'll have health education.
So with this plan, could you just have the students in the PM session eat their lunch before they come to school, or is that too early in the day? But we're not doing it for the AM, but. Okay. Okay. What about students that eat breakfast? Okay. So both sessions will be taking off their masks in the classroom with the teachers and their peers and eating.
Okay, Mr. Egan. Yep. Do you need any of that repeated, anybody? Okay.
So we have to serve breakfast and lunch. Breakfast will be provided to AM students, and they will eat it in their classrooms. Lunch will be sent home with the AM students. Lunch will be provided to the PM students, and they will eat it in the classrooms at the elementary level.
It's Mr. Fatuli.
Yes, I want a question about staffing. Dealing with the 20 that have requested accommodations, do we know if we're going to be able to accommodate them for remote learning as being remote teachers? Or is that going to be too many? Or are we going to have to, do we even know our numbers yet for how many kids are going to be?
We will know the
Requesting.
Yeah, so we'll know the numbers. Depending on what the board decides tonight, academic choice forms will go home to parents, and we're asking that they're going to be returned on Monday, August 10th. And by then, we'll know the numbers of students by that point. Right now, we're simply assessing the number of staff requests and whether or not they qualify for accommodations.
So would the plan be to try to enable those 20 that we know of today to be able to do live remote teaching from a home-based classroom, where you could still have, if you were doing a hybrid model, the students in the classroom would still be able to have access to the teacher via live remote with an aide in the room? Or is your plan to potentially replace all of those teachers? And my second part to that question is, we know 20 right now. Is there a deadline that we've given employees that they have to let us know by so we could be prepared? Because my biggest concern with that is, if we don't have a protocol in place to support those 20 today to do full live remote, where are we going to get 20 teachers between now and 6 weeks? And is that number going to grow exponentially?
So to answer your first question, we are going to do our very best to accommodate those teachers. And the answer to your second question in terms of a deadline, we have not given a deadline yet for teachers to provide us with that information.
Any other questions from the board?
We have a meeting with the associations tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll determine that date
All right.
together.
I have one more question. If a staff stays home because they're not feeling well, so pre-COVID, not feeling well wouldn't necessarily mean that you have to stay home. But the world that we're in now, I feel like, oh, if you have a mild fever or a sore throat, that could be the onset. So in situations like that, do we have the capacity to support full remote teaching instead of having everyone use a sick day and the district paying for a substitute? And we don't even know if that substitute yesterday subbed at a school where tomorrow they're going to have an outbreak. And that's just a whole nother plethora of unanswered questions. But it would be great if we had a protocol in place for when staff is not feeling well, but not sick, you know, like in bed, sleeping with the flu, that they could teach full live remote from home. I think that's really important.
I agree with you.
So just asking, do we have a system in place to accommodate that?
So,
Or will that be?
so that is a discussion that we will have at the building level. Currently, right now, we're just trying to figure out what model we're going to be in first.
Okay, and I have one more question with the choices. You have all these phases now, phase 1 through 4. Initially, you had said that families have to make a choice and they have to stick with that choice for the duration of a semester or a trimester. Will families now, under this proposed model that you're presenting right now, have a choice to change their plan at the end of each phase?
No, we're still saying that if a family decides to do remote learning at the start of school, that they commit to that for the remainder of the semester.
Yes, Mr. Feduli.
I have a serious question about that. If the parent decides all of a sudden they get their job back and they have to go back to work and they want the child, they've been remote learning, but now they have to go to the school, they should be allowed. How are we going to handle that?
We've asked that parents who commit to remote learning at the start, I'm just saying that that is what we have said. We've asked that they commit to a semester-long remote learning option, because parents who choose that remote option will be taking part in VLAX courses and or Ingenuity. That is what the remote option will be.
Any other questions for, yes, Mr. Carbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple questions, and I'm going to apologize if they come a little bit differently. I guess the first question, Dr. Heisinger, is, you know, we've put together this plan that you have submitted to us in a hybrid model. And the one thing that I don't see in here is our enrollment projection numbers that we had as part of at least the budget process. We had projections of numbers. Is there any estimate of how many kids that this schedule would put into each building, and space-wise with the number of classrooms and what we did for a model of how many seats were in each one of these classrooms? Do we think that we will have more space or not enough space? If you were to just take the enrollment projections and the numbers that are going into each of these grades, just on a base estimate, and put them into this hybrid schedule AB, are we going to have enough space? I guess is the question I ask.
We'll have more than enough space.
Okay, so in the more than enough, and I will agree with Mr. Vituli, is that if we have a parent during the session, you know, during the semester commitment, have a condition of family change, it's my expectation, and you tell me in the administration, is that each one of those incidents would be reviewed by the administration to accommodate the best education for the student. Is that correct?
We absolutely can do that. The reason why we felt it was important to see the semester through was because if a student is working on Ingenuity or working on a VLAX course, coming back to the classroom, there's going to be a disjointed disconnect in terms of what they're doing in the classroom and what they're doing in the online option. So we just wanted the students to have a sense of continuity to finish the work through the semester, and then, you know, return to regular classes if they so choose. That was the reasoning behind it, but we can absolutely review each situation individually.
Okay. And then just a follow-up to that, you talked about the transitions in the actual plan that you released. And is the expectation that every building principal will have somewhat of a transition task force team to transition kids that are struggling with remote learning and in classroom learning in that transition? How are we going to make sure that the child's impact is, you know, the best approach? Because we're going to have different levels of each student that's going to be able to do it easily and others that are not going to be able to transition well. And how are we going to, one, identify that, and two, what mechanisms are being put in place at the building levels and resources that this board may need to hear or restructure our teachers in a plan to assist with that model?
So two things that are going to be put into place in terms of next steps after this board meeting. Each school is going to have to develop a school-based team that is going to develop sort of the day-to-day logistical plans for the students upon their return in a hybrid model. So that's number one, because there's certain school-based decisions that have to be made, and we want to enlist the staff, the teachers, and have the principals working with them to address those school-based questions. The second thing that we're going to have to strengthen is our SST teams, or our student support teams. As part of the phase-in approach, we're going to be doing full assessments of students to see where they are, determine baselines, so that we can provide more individualized and personalized support to them in their classrooms. But in a hybrid model, the class sizes will be very small. And so we feel that teachers will be able to provide them much more personalized education and support. With the addition of all of our support staff, we feel like we can do a really good job of filling gaps as well as moving students forward in the curriculum.
Okay, thank you. And then just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, a couple other things. I read the plan and looked at the operational plans of when a student comes in, and we're talking about screening temperatures at the front door. And then I believe in your flow chart, you had a student that may have failed the screening. He's walked to the nurse's office, tested again, put in an isolation room and waiting for parents to return, I believe, within a 30-minute criteria.
Yes.
My question is if we identify that at the front door, I think there's somewhat of a risk to send them back to the nurse's office, waiting in there. Are we going to set our entrances up in some sort of isolation manner that we can kind of put these kids not in a small room, but maybe a big room that we can redesign and not make it look like it's a small little office like they're going to the principal's office? I worry about a lot of, I guess I worry about a lot of structure for a little ones coming into the building, and we're directing them and pushing them around like something's wrong with them. I'm very concerned that, I know we've got to take safety precautions, but it's not only the safety precautions of the student coming in, but it's all the students already in and all the staff. So I just looked at that flow chart a little bit, and I would hope that we would have a better, or at least the board, no matter what model we go to, the board get a little bit more in-depth design for each one of these buildings. And maybe that if there's something that the board needs to do in purchasing items or things that should come in front of us. I think we're 21 days before we start this plan.
Mm-hmm.
And, not to say that we're behind a little bit, but there's a lot of work to be done. I know that the administration has done a lot of work, but there's a lot of unanswered questions, I guess, operationally. Bus routes, bus pickups, times, all these things are going to scramble, and we're kind of running out of a little bit of time, I would guess.
So those bus routes, the bus company will have feedback to us, I think, the day after tomorrow. Each principal has identified a quarantine area already and has already begun to work through many of those questions. And we can provide the board that information.
Okay.
But I would hope that if a student had a fever and they come up to the school door, they wouldn't have been sent to school in the first place. We know that things happen. We know that, kids get sick on the bus, but we're hoping that we're all going to be extra vigilant in terms of, students coming to school when they're not feeling well or have temperatures or exhibit any of the symptoms.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for now until we pick a model, and then I would ask that we open
Absolutely.
it back up for
Yep.
questions more, because I think that'll
Absolutely,
drive
we'll
some
have
more
plenty of
questions.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Mrs. Zano?
Very much what I was going to say. There'll be an opportunity after we pick a model. I guess what my concern is, and it's a concern, I'm not sure it's a question, is that we keep sort of kicking the can on protocol. And it's the day-to-day nitty gritty, who's going to enforce the mask rules, that kind of protocol that I'm getting a little worried about, because we are talking about a short time frame. And I know much of that is going to be answered once we choose one of the models. But I guess I would like to feel just a little more confident. When I was watching the Zoom meeting the other night where people were answering questions, and there were a couple of times when it sort of got deflected to, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens. And I understand that. But when will those answers come is, I guess I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about making a decision when I don't know what's coming after that decision. Will we have the time to get protocol in place for the hybrid? I really, that's my concern, and I'm not sure it's a question, and I'm just sort of stating it and putting it out there, and maybe it'll be clearer after we make a decision.
I understand that. I understand your concern. There is going to be I don't want to call it, there will be a process for students who do not wear their mask or take their masks off. I've already been in discussions, with the leadership team on, what is the progressive, and I hate to even call it discipline, right? It's a terrible thing to have to say, but what is the progressive process of consequence if, masks aren't being worn, or if there's, refusal, or what are we going to do if, a child has a temper tantrum and simply cannot, sustain a mask for 2.5 hours. I know that the principals have already begun thinking through those things and having discussions. But you're right, at the end of the day, who's responsible, right? And that is why we've set up 9 days of training with teachers to walk through those processes and protocols and make sure that everybody knows what the expectations are and what to do if A or B happens. And so that's why we created this phase in and ramp up approach so that everybody was on the same page in regard to every single one of the things that you've raised.
Mr. Chairman? Can I ask
Yes,
Dr.
Ms. Falcon.
Dzonga one more question? So you answered families that start remote and want to come back to school cannot. What about families that start on site and don't feel safe and want to go to remote? That's my first question. Is that allowed?
We would accommodate parents who wanted to move remote because again, they would be moving to an Ingenuity and or a VLAX model.
So for the VLAC model, that's going to be our teachers teaching the VLAC courses?
No,
Okay, so say that everybody wanted to go remote and we're just using VLAC. Are our teachers just, what are our, I'm not sure why the remote option is relying so heavily on VLAC and not relying on a live remote teaching model where we're still using our curriculum for the classes our students signed up for and delivering it remotely where all the students are still able to interact and have threaded discussions and get the content. It just seems like we're sort of, what percentage of the students with the hybrid, or if we have to go fully remote, is going to be supplemented or taken over with the VLAC? And why aren't we instead addressing it to have our teachers be teaching those classes that are in our budget that we've already paid for? I don't understand the disconnect.
it is one of the options. I'm going to let Mrs. Michaud answer that question because she did lead the task force that did make the recommendation for this so that she can talk in a little bit more detail.
Chairman, I'd like to add a little bit more onto that. If we do all of a sudden go to remote, what happens with the VLAC students who now are going to be getting a different model than all the students that are going remote?
Yeah, so VLAX is an online academic academy, and in the past, to enroll in VLAX, our students would need to unenroll from the school district, would have to be homeschooled for a period of time, and then they would trial a course with VLAX, right? They have lifted that requirement and have allowed students during this time to stay enrolled in their school district and take courses through the VLAX program. So that is just one of the remote options. The other remote option, as we've talked about, is an opportunity for students to do independent work, to work on an ongoing project. They could work on an interactive learning platform such as Edgenuity, Khan Academy. There's a variety of different ones. Lexia would be one that our students would participate in greatly at the elementary level. Other programs that our students are already engaged with, IXL, there's a variety of those types of interactive learning programs that our students would continue to work with in a remote type setting.
So why are we relying so heavily on VLAC for a hybrid or a remote option? We're one school in one district.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If other districts are saying the same thing, VLAC is going to collapse under the pressure, which is one thing. But if we already have students registered for classes and teachers planning to teach curriculum, I can't get my head around why we can't do live remote teaching. And those, even if we did a hybrid model, the kids that want to be in the class are in the class, the kids that want to be at home are at home.
Yeah.
But it's still the teachers teaching the curriculum for the class that the students signed up for.
Well, and what we've said too is that once we have more specific information, so as that academic choice form goes out, hopefully within the next day or so, we'll have numbers, which will allow us to then look at potentially regrouping students and potentially reassigning teachers. So there may be that need for a remote-only teacher, or as we talked about earlier, if a teacher is home, could that teacher potentially be one of those remote teachers? We can't make decisions about that until we know how many students that is applicable to.
But my fear is with the way that the questionnaires have gone out so far, even some of these questions tonight, they're ambiguous at best. When I thought of, do you want your child to be hybrid or on-site? I'm answering from, the classes I already signed them up for, like if they're going to be getting it. I wasn't thinking that, they're going to take those away and supplement them with VLAC. And
That's just one option. There's certainly the other option, which would be, the pre-recorded interactive videos. There will be a substantial amount of the interactive learning platform. We've looked at the purchase of Edgenuity for our students in grades 6 through 12. That would allow for teachers to assign specific lessons or potentially a course. And again, that would be monitored by educators, staff of the Milford School District.
If I could just add one other thing, I think what's really challenging is not having the number of students, the grade levels that they're in, the courses that they've chosen, and then looking at the staff who are requesting accommodations and looking at their certifications. We have to match up a lot of different things, and a lot of those things are really unknown at this particular time. The reality of a high school student following the very exact schedule that they would have if they were here, unless we were streaming live from the classroom with students in front of teachers, which has been, I'm not really sure that we are going to be able to do that. Meaning that teachers are in the classroom teaching a group of students and we're live streaming out. I think that is going to be a challenge. That would be a different scenario than what we currently have, and that would be teachers maybe pre-recording lessons and working out all of those logistical things that I said.
Can I just ask a question? Say that all of a sudden we got hit with COVID and it was rampant and we had to be remote. Have we even considered live remote teaching, full live? Teachers have offices or classrooms at home. They're teaching, they're lecturing, they're showing equations on boards, they're incorporating video, they're having threaded discussions, they're teaching during the period, like at 8 o'clock, my class starts, I'm gonna take attendance and everyone's here and I'm gonna actually teach the course.
Yes, we have discussed that.
Okay,
So the difference between that is teachers are sort of teaching out into the online world. They're not in front of students teaching a live class that's being live streamed out. That's the difference between the two. If we were to move to a fully remote option, that would be the recommendation of the leadership team, that teachers would be teaching from their classrooms live out, and we'd be following a schedule.
Okay, so here's my problem. If that's where we're gonna end up, and we're spinning all these different tentacles in all these different directions now that aren't gonna have a cohesive path to where we end up, wouldn't it make more sense to start where we know we're gonna end up, and those students that wanna come into the classroom and those teachers that are comfortable in the classroom? So we're starting that way with the teachers in the building on site teaching to a limited group of students, and the rest of the students are remoting in to that live teaching experience. And then when we have to, that teacher moves to, do that same thing from a home-based office. I just think like introducing like all these different options just makes it so messy for the cohesive feeling, and kids need stability, kids need structure, kids need to know that regardless of what happens, this is the course you're in, this is the curriculum you're going to learn, and this is the system we're going to use, whether it be that part of the days you come in and part of the days you don't. I mean, we could still even do a hybrid model under that. Teachers still here for 2 days a week, and half of the class is remoting in and half of the class is on site. I feel like we're making it so much more complicated and not keeping the end result in mind.
So we did answer some of those questions as to why we felt it important to start with some in-person versus starting strictly remote.
Yeah, and I'm not saying don't have in-person. I'm saying set the structure up though, that here's the courses, here's your schedule. Some of the teachers, those 20 teachers that won't come into the building, why couldn't we just have them remote into a classroom with an aide in the building? And the students that want to come in the building in that room, and the teachers still live teaching, but from home, to keep everyone safe and cohesive and on the same pathway. And then, 60 days from now, we have a vaccine. Okay, so are we gonna mandate everyone gets the vaccine to come to the school? So say we do, it's a different question. Then everyone can come back and you're still in the class you started out in, and you're still with the same students, and those students that wanted or whose families felt comfortable sending them in are still here. You still have threaded discussions. You still have the cohesive teaching. So we're still getting your piece of the on-site for those that want to be on-site. But instead of making all these different, like, you're going to be in VLAC land, you're going to be in this other land, you're going to be, I don't know.
Well, Ms. Talapa, just to respond to that, I actually heard from a couple of parents that mentioned this when they asked about the remote model. One of the things that they appreciated was that their students would have the choice of VLAX and or Ingenuity, because they said, you know, my son or daughter did really well in the spring because they had the flexibility to sort of follow their own path online. And they said, we just want some more information, because if they're going to be required to follow a structured day, meaning you have an 8 o'clock class and you have to be in English for 90 minutes, and then you have math for another 90 minutes, their feedback was, that won't work well for my student remotely. And so I'd appreciate the choice of being able to follow a VLAX or an Ingenuity option than strictly a structured, like, live schedule. So some of the feedback we got was sort of the opposite of that. We did discuss, you know, utilizing some staff in that way, but again, it is driven by student need, right? It's driven by, you know, how many students do we have in the 3rd grade that are looking at a remote option, and do we have the staffing for that? And then at the high school level, where students are taking multiple core classes and electives, the question then becomes, do we have the staffing to be able to provide what it is that you're suggesting? So that's why we did provide multiple options, so that we could meet the most students' needs based on their
Right,
schedules.
and I appreciate that, but I don't think we can compare what we did in the spring with what we should have planned to do in the fall, because we had a lot of time to plan for it this time. And I think knowing that we're still in this very vast unknown land, that we have to be proactive in our approach. And I think that if you really put out a survey and ask people, if we could do live remote teaching, but you had the option, some of the kids could come in, but you're still in this class. If we asked that specific question, I would love to see what people really said. And I would expect that it's a small minority that would opt for, no, I'm just going to do VLAC or the other course that you mentioned. I don't know. I mean, I could be totally off with that, but I feel like we can't expect what sufficed in the spring and the complaints in the spring. My kids didn't do great in the spring either because we were reactive. But now we have to be proactive. Now we have to have, and you know what? It's sad to hear that your student doesn't want to get up and be in class at 8 o'clock, but maybe if real school was in session, they wouldn't want to either. And the reality is that if we were really in school, they'd still need to be there. So if we make it interactive and we make it engaging and we do it in the right way, we can still get these kids excited about school, I think, until we're here, which the net goal is to be here.
Can I ask just a clarifying question? Because maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Are you saying that when you say live teaching, can you just tell me a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Sure.
Because I hear you saying two different things. I hear you saying using teachers who are looking for accommodations, who can teach from home. And then I hear we can have some kids, we can have some kids on site and teachers live streaming out.
Okay, so I think that live remote teaching could be done a couple of different ways. The easiest way to do it initially would have all the teachers come into the building every day and they do their classroom in their room. And if there are a couple of children that are hardship kids that don't have a place to go, or their parents are adamant they want to be on site, we could safely put just those few kids in the classroom. Everyone else that feels uncomfortable coming to school could remote in to this live teaching experience. So the teacher's doing whatever she would do as if Tommy and Susie were sitting in front of me. Tommy's in front of me, Susie's coming at me from home. Susie can still ask questions through a Zoom platform or some type of threaded discussion. At the upper levels, colleges all use Blackboard and different tools like that. They post a question, the students have to respond, etc. Another option would be if you have a teacher that can't come into the building because they're immunocompromised. They have their office at home where they're up every day. Okay, class, I'm here. Here's the lesson. Here's the lecture. I'm showing you how to do it. Here's a video we're going to watch. So their students could be in their classroom with an aide until we can safely have everyone in the building. There's different ways to do it, I think. But the net is if we're going to end up at a point where we have an outbreak and we have to have a capacity to do live remote teaching, doesn't really matter. They should be able to do it whether they're at the school or whether they're at home. They should be able to still engage and have an interactive. I think that if we planned for that, and if the focus had been on that all along, that's the reason that we didn't like do excellent in the spring was because we weren't able to replicate that experience. And I think that we could now. I mean, time's running out now, but I just think that that's what the focus needed to be on. And I know I sound like a broken record because I said it on the task force too, but I just don't understand why this isn't what we were proactively planning for. And I'm sorry, I won't ask any more questions on this section. I think you've answered most of my questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I just got a follow-up. As I'm listening to Holly, I'm trying to just put that in my head, and I don't think it's a bad concept idea. I just think there's some, I think it's interesting because I didn't really think of that theory until she just said that when I was reading, the reports. And I've looked at 6 or 7 other school district plans, and I didn't see that type in there. But that's an interesting thing. I guess my question is, Holly, and I don't know, maybe it's the administration. I guess the question is I think the logistics to that is a little bit more harder than stated, because what happens if the entire classroom comes into the rooms? And if we're trying to keep a space in all of these places, it's a space problem now for a classroom. And logistically, we've stopped our teaching, time to manage people, manage students, especially if they all come into the classroom. Or, I think it's accountability. Where is everybody? It's 2 today and, 18 show up tomorrow. And I think the teacher may have an issue with being prepared for that. And so I think that's the one thing that would be sticking in my head, but I don't, hearing that, it does put another thought in my head. I think the goal in my eyes is when I was looking at this and reading these reports, the goal here is to educate students and get them back into the classroom. That is the key goal, is to educate students. And how we do it, I appreciate the hybrid model. I know we can't bring all the students in. I looked at that model, and right now with all the space and everything, there's a higher risk to that. And I would say that if the board approves the hybrid model, I'm going to task, at least for myself, with this board, hopefully, is task both ways. I want plans to go full remote, and I want a plan to return everybody back. And I want to know how the cost is, and there's a whole lot of other questions. And I think I wish I would have heard Holly probably a little earlier than tonight so I could play with that a little bit. But it is an interesting point that she makes in there, and a different way to do it. I just think that with 21 days left of school, that logistics is like a reset for all the administration work time that's been put into this model, put into what the plans are and all the moving pieces. And it's almost like doing that now is going to throw a huge logistical nightmare into us. And I think we're not going to get it. We're not going to have a smooth experience, at least for our students. They're not going to have a smooth experience everywhere, but we've got to be as smooth as possible in bringing them back, because it's about the education. It's about safety. And we're gonna be reassessing this every couple months. And I think we've just got to get it started, and we're gonna have to have feedback. We're gonna have to have discussions, but it is very interesting, Holly, and I appreciate that statement.
Can I just make one stance back to Mr. Carvel? Just that not everyone would come into the classroom. And I still think that we'd probably see 50-50. I really think if it was given as an option, even if we did a survey to say, well, if this were a model, that we could manage it more cohesively, I don't think everyone would come back into the classroom. And the other thing, the problem with the hybrid too is, so if we're only letting kids come into the school half of the time, half of the days, but the parents are working, where do you think they're going the other half of the time? They're gonna be going to daycares or group settings, or it's just like adding additional layers of, at least if they're in a school full time, like if we could keep half of them in the school all the time, or even at the high school level, like we wouldn't have to do, right now the hybrid option is 4 classes in one day. That's crazy. How do you do all that cleaning? How do you do all that? They were talking about different directions of walking in the middle school. What if you just did like Monday was period A only? Half of the kids come in the morning, half of the kids come in the afternoon. Tuesdays, period B only, or period A and B, to minimize. I think that there's easier ways to minimize the risk, and I don't think that we have taken the steps to minimize the risk of potential life-threatening illness to our staff, our employees, our administration, our students, our families, our community. That's why I keep coming back to, and it would plan for an eventual return to school, because there's your teacher, there's your class, there's your curricular. I think we're going to be back in school. But I think also that the other big question that I already brought up is the vaccine. Are we going to mandate it? If we get a vaccine. So I'll stop. I'm sorry.
So can I jump in here? So the Task Force of Curriculum Assessment, Instruction, Professional Learning met extensively on 3 dates for over 2 hours each time. And the model that you described, Holly, was the model that we spoke extensively about. Within the reopening plan on pages 33 and 34, we did say that live stream access of daily on-campus teaching would be considered for students during remote days, providing for a continuous interactive teaching and learning opportunity for students. When you think about curriculum, that is the most sound approach. It then allows for new content and new instruction to be delivered each and every day. If you're thinking about in a hybrid A/B type situation, you're talking about a teacher delivering the same lesson 2 days in a row. If you have live interactive type access, it's new content and new instruction each day. On the next page, we do say, and this was because we did need to have pretty extensive conversation with both technology as well as our teachers. If live stream access and that interactive teaching approach was unable to be done, that's when we would be looking at, as I described just a few minutes ago, independent practice, collaborative independent projects, ongoing interactive access with those learning platforms. So yes, we have spent a lot of time on our task force really trying to vet that model, because truly it's the most sound when it comes to curriculum and being able to, I hate using the word cover, but really be able to get through grade level and content area curriculum over the course of the year. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? You know, I know we'll revisit more and more in the comment section. I do, you know, there's a lot of, you know, unknowns, you know, through listening to, you know, all the feedback. We still have a lot of unknowns. We still have an opportunity to review the potential costs, and, you know, I can see where the transportation piece is not filled in. We have a lot of questions that won't be answered for a few more days, which makes, you know, the decision of the board tonight even that much more difficult, to be honest with you, you know. And then, you know, for the last few minutes, you know, Ms. Tlapa, you know, brought in another perspective, which kind of, you know, you have to start thinking of that. But I know there was a couple of people that had wrote in previously, and, you know, it's questions that, you know, should be answered, and forgive me if they weren't answered, if anybody can answer them. But, you know, heating and air conditioning, if we're going to be wearing a mask, the kids going to be wearing a mask all day, are our schools going to be able to support that? Because, I mean, in this environment right now, it seems pretty comfortable, but, you know, as I look around the room, there's people, you know, playing with their masks and everything else, and this is only a, you know, a couple hours in. You know, so you look at the ventilation needs. You know, you don't have to answer that question now, but just, you know, for later. You know, we talked about the transportation, and then as far as VLAX going, are they going to be able to accommodate all the students in case it does go remote? So I would, you know, that would be another question that I would have as that piece is entered. So that's all I have, you know, right now. If you can answer them, great. If you want to wait till later, I support that too.
Right, so I think the VLAX question, because VLAX is a separate entity to us, you know, we're going to be relying on VLAX to be able to support the number of students that we put forward, as well as other districts, because they will be using VLAX as an option, as well as Ingenuity as well. Your question about transportation, as I said, the bus company is going to be meeting tomorrow to discuss bus routes, depending on what the board decides tonight. In terms of ventilation and the temperature in the schools, we did discuss that at length today. And Bill, I don't know if you want to speak to air quality, ventilation. He's done a lot of work over the last few days to address some of these concerns and issues.
Bill Cooper, Director of Buildings and Grounds. So we been doing facility director calls with the state every Friday, and this comes up all the time. So some of the buildings in our district, we're just gonna have a tough time with. Bales comes to mind right off the bat. It was brought to our attention, you know, that can you put fans in the room? Everyone's shying away from that unless you open a window and put the fan in the window to exhaust out. Because what their thought is that when you have someone in there who's got a cold, or even if they have the symptoms, that fan will just be pushing it around. Do I think that the kids will keep their mask on, you know, all the time? That's debatable. What we are doing with, you know,
keep them on the whole time.
it's just going to be one of those things, you know. And then you're supposed to, you know, give them a 10-minute break, you know, for the mask. As far as the middle school, the high school, Heron Pond, we're looking at keeping all the exhaust fans on 24/7 and purging the buildings 2 or 3 times during the night, and then keeping the airflow moving. Will it get hot? Yes, it will. Working with our engineers that designed the system over at the middle school, and we're looking at all that to see what we can do to ramp them up a little bit more, to give it a little bit more ventilation in there. And one of the things is ASHRAE is saying, you know, you should go to a MERV 13 or 14 filter. Yeah, and that's fine. Any of the new units can handle that. Any of the older units, because it's a finer mesh, you will be having more resistance. So the motor, you could burn out motors on some of your older equipment. And they tell you that you need to keep an eye on that. So my thought was we would stay with our MERV 11, which we're using now, and we would just change them monthly and just keep doing what we're doing. But it's gonna be tough. You know, in here now, it's fine, right? But it's also.
Right now, we still have people struggle.
Right, and it's also, you know, 8:30, 8:45. So what happens at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock when, on a school day when it's, you know, 85 degrees out, approaching 90? You know, we've had those problems before. So we're looking at everything to keep everything, the ventilation moving. And they also say that, you know, if you can open your windows, which will help. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Bill. I just want to go back to Ms. Talapa's suggestion, if I could ask a question
Absolutely.
about it. She said that we would be live streaming out instruction and give people the choice to come on campus. Is that correct? People could come in and come in for class, and we would live stream out. I just want to make sure that I understand.
No, I think that my suggestion at its most basic premise is that a teacher, whether they be in a classroom doing live video remote, I'm not like the superintendent, so I'm not making the master plan, but I think that that's the focus we should have from day one. Here's the curricular, here's how I'm going to be teaching it. If there's 20 teachers that will only teach it from home for safety, health reasons, fine. They have a classroom at home. And then we could still do a hybrid model. We could still have half the kids in the classroom half of the time. You could still incorporate a hybrid model, but we're using our curricula to teach our kids, and there wouldn't have to be repetition, as Ms. Michaud was sort of saying might be problematic, because if they're just doing the same lesson, half of the kids are watching it at home one day, half of the kids are in the classroom. The next day, those kids are in the classroom, the other kids are at home, but it's the same lesson plan. So I'm not replicating my effort. Yeah, but we start off on that track, and even if we started off fully remote because we weren't safe yet, then we go hybrid, then we go fully on site, or whatever the steps are.
So can I ask a question? What if teachers are not comfortable live streaming out in front of a classroom of students?
I think that any teacher who wants to remain in the teaching field in this particular time frame in history needs to become comfortable doing that. And I think that any teacher who is concerned for the safety of themselves and their students would likely be willing to participate in that. I know that I've spoken to many teachers who all think that that's a fantastic idea. So I think that the few that would not be comfortable with that, you know, if we have to replace them because they're not comfortable with that, this is the day and age that we live in right now. This is, we may end up fully remote, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. It's a hard perspective, but there's nothing that we're gonna do tonight that's gonna make everyone happy. Half of the people are gonna hate us no matter what we decide. You have to understand that everyone's goal at the end of the day is to get back in the schools fully. There's a lot of steps that have to be taken before we can do that. And I think that one of those steps is that the teachers need to step up and say, yes, I can be, you know, and the parents we would have to sign waivers probably for the students, and the parents would need to understand that teachers are human, they make mistakes. Sometimes you have a bad day. I was a teacher. There were days I walked out of my classroom on cloud nine. I had a great class, everyone got it. There were days I walked out of there and I wanted to cry because I feel like I couldn't connect with the students or something went wrong that I wanted to go right. So we would all have to be a little more, yes, Mr. Chairman is stopping me, but I'm just saying that we all have to step up and put our best foot forward. And I really think that for the sake of the students and the education of our future, that, you know what? Got to make hard choices.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, so we will, I forgot where I was. We're in a meeting. All right, so,
Get through the whole presentation, I don't.
I'm sorry?
Did we stop halfway through the presentation?
We did to have the discussion on the model.
Okay.
Sorry.
So yeah, we still got a few things.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we gonna go through the budget now or?
Well, what I had,
Did you have a question? Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
Dealing
Mr.
with,
Cooley.
this is dealing with the Holly's suggestion is, but the live streaming with cameras in the classroom, the teachers still have to be stationary. And that would be a difficult task with microphones. We would love it if you had the microphones and another person to have a camera following you around, but the cost is astronomical, as Pinkerton Academy did it last year, and it cost them quite they found it was too much.
Well, we wouldn't have to be that. I mean, you could just have the teacher kind of step back further. And I mean, there's ways around that. It doesn't have to be like so elaborate that there's also like whiteboard use.
That's what we
and
would do for
yeah,
Zoom.
we've made it work.
Yep.
You know, you've got me holding up the paper and you got the aid. I mean, you can make it work.
Is there any consideration, just wondering from the elementary principals, your perspective on the little ones, you know, engaging in a live stream option? I understand for the secondary students that, you know, is definitely something that would work. I'm just curious, you know, from our expert administrators, their thoughts on that.
Tim O'Connell, principal at Jocks, and Mr. Tully, you're pretty much correct. I think doing a live stream in like a kindergarten class would be very, very different in first grade, just because the staff are constantly moving around, keeping up with the students, busy. So.
Want to continue?
No, I think I'll have more questions, I think, after we get through the model piece.
Yep.
I think I'm just trying to take it all in a little bit.
Okay.
So part two of tonight is having the board vote on a modified school year calendar. We have revised the calendar and have presented it to you. The revised model would have 174 student days. That would equal 183 teacher days. That includes 174 student days plus the 9 professional development days as sort of that phase 1 ramp up. The 2 days of parent conferences, the associations raised really good question today. How would we go about doing parent conferences, to update parents when we're keeping visitors out of the building and we're limiting large crowds? One of the suggestions, we're doing parent conferences on Zoom. Maybe we can come up with some other outside of the box options. One of the aspects of feedback from families last spring was they felt they wanted more ongoing feedback and contact with teachers. And so one of the things I was going to do tomorrow was discuss how to use those 2 contractual days to, respond to the needs of parents to have more ongoing feedback, whether that be in the form of office hours or something, or maybe even just the Zoom nights for the parent conferences. So that's a conversation we were going to have tomorrow. For the Paraprofessional Association, again, 174 student days, 9 holidays. We would have to work out an agreement to have them incorporate 4 additional workshop days to be part of that initial phase 1. So the first 2 days would be for teachers only, and then the paraprofessionals would join us for all of the remaining training, and they would work with us on identifying some topics that would be most meaningful to them and helping them to support students this school year, regardless of what scenario we are in, for a total of 190 contractual days. So we have the different models, right? Model A is a fully return to school. And as you saw, 35+% of families are looking for a full return to school. But we know that there are concerns and we don't have the space to effectively socially distance, under that particular model. Model B, the hybrid model of teaching and learning, we have Model 1, which provides us an A-B option for secondary students with a middle of the week, sort of what I need, half day, and then half day of planning for teachers. And then for the elementary school, an AM/PM session, where we also provide a half day in the middle of the week for planning and professional development for teachers. And then every other week for a half a day session, either the AM or PM students would come to school. One of the reasons that we thought that that was also a better model was for continuity for the young learners, as well as the instructional time. We actually got more time in front of an adult and more instructional time for the youngest learners under that model than being on an A/B day model. We also do have some concerns about the littlest ones, particularly kindergarten and first graders going right into remote out of the gate. We did discuss that today, and one of the reasons we liked sort of this 6-week phase-in was it allowed us to really integrate and get those littlest learners ready to move into a fully remote option if we so needed to. And that was really important to the elementary principals, because we want to set them up for success as well as set families up for success. One of the things that I heard from many families last spring was, how do I navigate Google Classroom? How can I help support my students? And one of the things we wanted to do in this first 6 weeks of school was to be able to provide some virtual training for families, be able to, again, help students build relationships, help students to be able to navigate the online platform, and then if we so needed, after 6 weeks, move into a remote option with many of the live streaming components that Ms. Talapa talked about. These special needs population students are going to be receiving daily instruction on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays only in the morning, Thursdays and Fridays. And then there's Model C. And Model C is a fully remote learning option for the district. And in that, our recommendation would be that teachers are teaching from the buildings live out to students who will be at home, that staff will be, in the buildings, able to, teach from the schools. And we also feel it's really important for some special populations that they do and are able to have some or to have on-site instruction in small groups. We feel that that's really critical because some of our more critical needs populations really do need to have daily live instruction with a teacher in order to continue and make progress in their educational journey. We also felt strongly, again, based on the data right now, with 5 COVID cases in Milford, these first 6 weeks of school are critical, and it does give us an opportunity, again, to set a really strong foundation to move into remote in a gradual way versus jumping right into remote and really not being able to set students and teachers and families up for the success that we know we can if we were to gradually phase into a remote option.
Can you just clarify what our full remote option would look like exactly?
The fully remote learning. The fully remote learning option would be teachers basically teaching their lessons from their classrooms out to homes.
So like I suggested, or
That's same as model.
okay. So that's where the full remote would, so can you just describe like, so do we have the technology to do that? Or I thought people said.
So we would have to make some purchases of hardware. Every student would need a Chromebook. That was one of the challenges that I stated in my initial why we felt like phasing into a remote option. One of the reasons is our Chromebooks, the next 600 Chromebooks won't be available until mid to late September. So that was one thing. We wanted to make sure that we were able to equip all of our students with Chromebooks. We did in the return to school potential costs under fully remote. You can see that there is costs for live streaming, webcams, Bluetooth headphones with microphones, Zoom licenses, and I think that there was some other costs that Jerry is going to need to provide for us, as well as additional staffing. We're going to need more tech support to make sure that everyone is able to have what they need in order to.
So do you have nets for the total cost for all of the models on here? And my other question is like, we're 600 Chromebooks shy. I can say in the spring, I had 4 kids doing remote learning and I didn't take 1 Chromebook from the school. So my assumption is that being 600 Chromebook shy shouldn't be a deterrent for that particular possible option, because I think that most families have at least 1 or 2 computers available for students at home. If we're being really pragmatic in our approach. And the additional cost for like live streaming that you're talking about and the additional tech employees would really be offset by the busing and the PPE and the the maintenance costs on the HVAC systems, et cetera. So do we have bottom line figures for all 3 options? And also, I'm hoping that you have, so you say that we're not really there for fully remote yet. So do we have a detailed action plan with dates as to when we will be there and how we're getting there?
So I did put that in terms of our phased approach earlier on. I said that we would have 9 days of staff preparation, and during the September 10th through October 16th 6-week period, that's when we would be working on preparing for that
Okay,
remote.
but I guess that if the board voted tonight for full remote, do we have an action plan as to how we would accomplish that before school starts? Because it's listed as one of the options.
Yes, we'll be able to move into fully remote. I guess what I'm saying, as I stated earlier in my whys, we feel as a leadership team that these things really need to be addressed in order to have a strong and successful remote option for the start of the year. Teachers and students need to get to know each other. These kindergartners will be coming to school for the very first time, having many of them never experienced school before, and certainly not in a completely remote environment. So they need to get to know their teachers.
You bring up a really great point. So some of these students are going to be coming to school for the very first time, never having experienced school before. So imagine, I get on the bus, I first get accosted, do you have your mask? I get told I have to sit by myself. I'm scared, I'm excited, but I have to sit by myself, 2 seats apart. Not everyone's on the bus. Kids I thought I might have in my class aren't there. So I get to school and I feel like I'm going into a prison because there's a big line and we all have to get our temperatures taken. And why did Johnny get taken to that room? And so to me, like we talk about the psychological trauma of missing 6 weeks of school or missing 6 months of school. What about the psychological trauma of that's your first experience to school? And then everyone's wearing masks at school and you can't really tell what people look like and you can't really breathe. I know we've only been in here for 2 hours and I can't really breathe, or 3, however long we've been in here.
Mr. Chairman, would you be willing to recognize Mr. O'Connell? He would like to respond.
I just want to inform the board, we had a great 2 days of kindergarten screening this summer. We implemented many of the protocols that are part of our reopening plan. So we had about 83 kindergartners come, very successful. Feedback from the parents and staff that took part of that was positive. I do worry about that, Holly, and how our kindergarten students are going to have their first experience this year, starting school in this different scenario. But I think that I trust my staff to make it very welcoming. But I want to share that with the board. It was a very good 2 days. They had some time with some teachers, got to know a little bit about what school is like, and parents were also there for orientation piece. So overall, I think that was positive. And I think, and I know that when we start school this year, we can make it a great start for those kiddos as well. So. Yes.
When you did that kindergarten registration, those 2 days, were the students wearing masks as well?
They were, and there wasn't one child that came without a mask.
Okay.
They were there for about an hour, and some of them definitely struggled with it. And I think that staff were able to wear their masks and the face shield. But I think it's something that, as time goes on, they'll get used to it. It's something that we will try to, encourage, and I'm not going to use the word enforce, but definitely encourage the students to do and know how to use it properly to build that stamina that they're going to need. But I think I want the board to know that our day was very successful. The kids felt great coming to school. The ones that have participated thus far, and like I said, we had roughly 83. And it was a great first step for many of them. And I hope that the board will consider, this particular hybrid model for our kindergartners and our young students. The reason why we developed the hybrid model the way we did, and to give that phased-in approach for 6 weeks, was to allow them that time that is so crucial for those young learners to get to know their teacher, to get to know what school's all about. I understand the concern with safety, but it will be very, very difficult for our youngest learners, our kindergarten and first grade students, to start day one with remote learning. It would be, I think, something that we can consider, safe for the older students to do, but for our young kiddos, I don't know how the online learning will work and how they can be successful with it without at least some time with their teacher to get to know the school and what to do, what learning is all about. So I think the phased-in approach and also the hybrid model with the AM PM session will allow us to do that in that time frame.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I did want to just make one other comment, Mr. Chairman. One of the questions by one of the board members, I can't remember who right now or at this moment, but was what will families do with the AM PM session? And we had great conversations and already a couple of meetings with the Boys and Girls Club, and they are willing to support the AM PM session. Students, parents who would need that afternoon support or morning support, they could send their students to the Boys and Girls Club, and they would support the remote portion of their day. And then the buses would pick them up at the Boys and Girls Club, take them into school for the afternoon session, and vice versa. So we're really excited about partnering with them. We've discussed and spoken with faith-based organizations in the community who have already reached out and are looking to partner. SHARE has always been a tremendous partner in working with us in terms of providing support and wraparound services for families. So the key to this model being successful is certainly going to be our community partnerships, and we've already started discussions with them.
What would the cost be, or is that what would the cost be for the families or the school to partner with them?
They have not given us a cost yet.
They haven't given us a cost?
They haven't given us a cost yet.
Is the school planning to pay that cost for families to utilize that as an option?
Families would incur that cost.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just a follow-up. When you say families are going to incur a cost, I guess I missed that.
For
What does
Boys
that
and
mean?
Girls Club?
So if they were to send their students to the Boys and Girls Club, just like if they were to sign them up for before or after school care, they would incur that cost themselves. They pay for their students to go to before or after school care.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
I'm sure
somebody.
there still has to be they can't bring, for the amount of students that we have in a school that would be part of that model, they certainly could not support the number of children.
It depends, right, on the number of families that would need that type
Right.
of support.
So is there a cap to that support?
We would have to know what the numbers are.
Okay.
So the other question with that too, Mr. Chairman, is somebody just mentioned online, a lot of surrounding communities use the Boys and Girls Club. So again, there's that risk of exponential exposure.
Okay. Are you all set?
Yes, sir.
All right, great job, thank you.
There are budget implications.
Yep, absolutely.
So I want to talk really briefly about potential funding sources. So as I provided to you, there are potential return to school costs that you all received on Friday. We updated it slightly today in terms of each of the models. But we also do have some potential funding sources. The credits carried over from the 1920 busing contract is about $85,000. Savings from the decrease in contracted per bus cost on our contract extension and from previously estimated increase in the budget of 3% is about $50,000. Mrs. Fortson and I have also been working closely together in regards to savings on the hiring of new employees. And we're looking at about $300,000 of potential funding sources there. Also, workman's compensation insurance, about $16,000, and we have about $66,000 remaining in the CARES Act funding at this particular time. So if there are, excuse me, if there are costs to be incurred, we do have some potential funding sources within our current budget. The CARES Act, we received $235,564.65 in terms of our allocation. We have encumbered and or spent to date $169,000, and that has been on a variety of different things, such as online interactive learning platforms for the remote environment, through the spring, PPE and medical equipment, internet hotspots for remote access for families. Particularly in the spring, we had a lot of families that did not have Wi-Fi access, and we provided hotspots for them. Graduation fees in the COVID situation, Zoom licenses, kindergarten screening, special education evaluations and summer programming, postage, and professional training needs. So right now we have unencumbered about $66,000 to purchase on-campus health and safety needs as well as remote access needs, if the board so chooses.
Do we have bottom lines for any of these options? Like you list all the individual numbers, but do we have general bottom line for comparison?
Again, it all depends on which scenario you're looking at. When you say bottom line options.
So hybrid elementary, you list all the numbers, but you don't give a bottom line dollar. So it's hard to compare like hybrid elementary, hybrid secondary, hybrid elementary AM, hybrid, like under each column, is there like a bottom line approximate figure or range?
No, because when Mrs. Fortson provided this to us, there were certain things that there were ranges for.
Right, but we could have done a bottom line range, like the low end range to the high end range for each option. It's kind of hard to look at this and crunch all those numbers. What's the net net? What's the least expensive? What's the most expensive? What's the delta?
Mr. Chairman,
I think that's Jane.
it is.
Oh, yes, God.
She's spoken.
Like scared me. Yes, Jane, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, you scared me. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I do have some bottom line numbers to help you out a little bit, Holly. I've been playing with my worksheet as recently as during the meeting because some more questions are getting answered as the meeting goes on. I've had to put out quite a few questions to different entities to try and reel in some of the cost. So for the first hybrid that we're looking at, which would be an A day, B day, flex day, and AB day, I'm looking at about $537,850. Now, bear in mind, busing is not included in that at this point, but during our task force, if we were to go with that model, we were not looking at much more of an increase than one, maybe two buses. If that, we might even see a break even on that one. So we'll know more about that when I get the bus company numbers. The problem that they're having is trying to pinpoint who's actually going to come back to school and how to arrange their seating for that. It doesn't include monitors if we decide to go with monitors on the bus. That's a question we still have at this point. It also, we have a range of costs for our masks to still purchase, which varies quite a bit. I think you might have seen that at the bottom, where it could go as high as $337,000. So, and that's a pretty big number, but for now, we're looking at $537,850 for that plan.
So $537,850 with at least a minimum of $67,550?
67, where are you looking at that, Holly?
Depending on cost of masks.
Yeah,
per box.
depending on the cost of masks, it could go.
So it's a minimum of 61,000 and a maximum of 337,000.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then
it's a big
also
range.
and the disinfectant is a minimum of, or 27,000 for, oh, that's only monthly? So.
The disinfectant wipes were there at 24. The additional hand sanitizer, there was a range. I always take the top end of the range, so I use the 54,400 in that.
And that's for the year, or is that, that's for the year?
I believe it's for the year.
Okay, so it's it's plus 61K to 337.5, and then also plus 54,000.
It's $537,850 for everything that you see north of what would be a bottom line there. Okay, and what you may not have, because I believe you got this Friday.
Okay, so does the bottom line include those costs that are denoted in red? I guess is what I'm asking, or the additional costs?
Yeah, I don't have red costs, so I apologize to you.
So
Like I said,
you said it was 537,850,
yes.
not including busing. So the
Not
three
including
items that are denoted at the bottom,
Mhm.
the mask cost and the additional sanitizer costs, are those included in that $537,000 figure?
No, they're not.
Okay, so it's plus at least 61 plus at least 50.
Yes, potentially, yep. Yep.
So
If we look at the second model with the AM, PM, busing costs, we don't know. I expect they're going to be a little bit higher because you're adding another bus run. But the difference there basically is coming down to the need, you might have additional masks needed because you're seeing every child every day instead of every half the children every other day. So it kind of doubles that number. And the other added cost on that is based on the water supply. It is kind of double because you've got obviously double the number of children in the same day. You've also, just finding out today that because it was a change to the plan that students and staff can bring their water bottles in, that does change that number. And I have made some changes since you would have received this worksheet to reflect the change in thinking on the water bottles. So that number is $561,850. And that's not including the items denoted in red below.
okay.
Okay. And I've also added a couple items on the funding sources. We have 2 open positions right now for custodial.
Oh, you didn't give a price for fully remote.
Oh, sorry. Let me go back. That one I have at $300,396.
So about half of the cost,
Yes.
or actually less than, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Some costs are already sunk costs because we've already, been buying them ahead of time. Okay. So when we go over to funding sources,
A third.
we have open positions not quite filled yet in custodial. And so for the 2 months because it'll be at least till, 2 weeks to 3 before we'd get anyone in and gone through the whole hiring process, we'd be looking at an additional $13,000 in funding for the 2 months of not having someone in that position, or those 2 people. We have additional $81,000. Dr. Huizenga and I have been working closely, as she stated, on keeping track of wage changes on hiring, and that recently went up as of today based on the new board nominations. So it's about $381,000. That includes wage-related costs and benefits.
Ms. Forson?
Yes.
Back to the custodial cost, is that open positions or is that additional heads will need to do additional cleaning?
They are open positions.
Okay. Are we expecting to hire any additional custodial heads under any plan because additional cleaning will need to be done?
We do have, I believe, a projection of 4 part-time or up to 4 part-time.
So my assumption would be under full remote that we wouldn't need to hire additional.
No, we would not.
Trying to get rid of me?
And so total potential.
Ms. Forston?
Yeah,
Ms. Forston,
sorry.
excuse me. Jerry, can you shut down Galaxy JS Star, please? J7 Star. Thank you, sir. Ms. Forston, I apologize.
Oh, it's absolutely okay. So I have a total right now of about $611,000 of funding sources, including the CARES Act funds that remain.
Thank you, Mrs. Forston.
You're welcome.
Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, fully remote is a cheaper option. I just want to make one point, though, that the hybrid model, this is for an entire year's cost. We do anticipate that we will go into remote at some point during the year. So to say that the fixed cost is going to be $561,850, I think is a high estimate. The other thing I just want to point out is that, we did work hard to find potential funding sources, and we could cover those costs if we were to be in hybrid for the entirety of the year. The recommendation of the leadership team and the proposal to begin school in person was done in a very thoughtful manner for the reasons that we stated, because we feel that it's really, really important to set kids with a really strong foundation with their teachers, to have some in-person contact and have the opportunity to build relationships. We took into account a lot of the feedback from the spring. If you think about moving to remote in the spring, we did do very well, right? In a matter of 3 days, we turned over into a remote scenario. But those children had months in school with their teachers and with their peers. And even then, the feedback from families was that there was this feeling after many, many weeks and months of feeling disconnected from their community. And so I would just ask the board to take into account all of those aspects, that we didn't just jump right into remote last year. We did well, but that was based on months of really, in-person relationships, routines, schedules. And that is what our recommendation is to phase in. And if after 6 weeks or even prior, it may be 3 weeks, that we need to make that shift to remote, we feel like we're going to be able to do that in a much more smooth and fluid fashion, and be able to then return in a much more smooth and fluid fashion. Lastly, before I kind of turn it back to you and the board members to ask further questions and deliberate, I do want to bring up the topic of athletics, because this is going to be another major consideration for us as the NHIAA is planning on having fall sports. And they have said today, the last email that I saw, is that they are going to recognize all fall sports. Some questions and considerations that I have, and I've already begun discussions with other superintendents in the area, particularly our neighboring superintendents of Hollis and Amherst. Our wondering is to limit exposure across communities, is to develop a small limited league amongst a small group of communities, namely Conval, Hollis Brookline, Amherst, and us. And have very limited levels, so only varsity sports and only some sports within varsity sports. That's some of the conversations that we've had. Some of the other questions and considerations that we have is, how do we manage social distancing of teams? How are we going to manage locker rooms? How will we manage audiences? I don't know if you've been watching pro sports, but it's kind of interesting to see baseball played the way that it is, and basketball. So do we have no audiences? Do we limit audiences only to parents? What about transportation? Do we eliminate transportation provided by the schools and require parent transportation? These are all questions. If we're limiting access to buildings and restrooms, right? So these are all things that we will have to take up in the next few weeks. And I just wanted to sort of bring it to your attention as something to begin hearing your thoughts on, so that I can continue to communicate with the other superintendents, as well as continue conversations with our high school principal and athletic director. And then what does that mean for sports below the level of varsity? Will we have intramurals or any type of intra-community athletics, and what does that also mean in terms of our facilities use, or are we going to eliminate that altogether? So lots of really important questions that I would like to hear your thoughts on.
Yeah, if I don't mind the board. So it brings another twist, to the saga of the unknown, right? So, I would ask if we're having a trouble, if we have a question on, if we should bus the athletes or not, I would ask the same question to, should we be busing students, to school? We should have the same struggles answering those questions. I know it's tough. With sports, parents have a decision to either A, put their children in sports or they don't, that would, answer, some of those questions as far as, if we're having difficulties keeping people apart in sports, we're going to have the same difficulties in the classroom. It's going to play hand in hand, so to speak, so it's, it just adds another level of, difficulty in answering and looking at supporting, models right now, because if everybody has questions about sports, they should have the same questions and concerns about, the students. The only difference is in sports, parents have that choice of saying yes or no to their kids playing sports. And in these decisions, we have 5 people making the ultimate decision for schooling. So I would probably go back to the other superintendents in schools saying, why don't you come back to us and give us your recommendation? Because it's, we're trying to make one decision on bringing back kids to school, and then we have another flip with the sports.
Right, and you raise all really good questions. And if it's not safe to bring kids to school, is it safe to do sports altogether?
That's right. So
right.
And if we go to, if any of the schools go to remote at any time, sports would have to shut down. I don't think you could do sports if you're in remote in the first place.
And if everyone thinks it's such a great idea, why are there only like 1/3 of the people filled up? I just don't get it. We thought we'd have standing room only and have to turn people away. There's like 1/3 of the people in the capacity that could have fit in here. Why didn't everyone come that's at home commenting? Like, why aren't you here out,
Well, it's safer to come at home.
Yes.
As far as the sports piece, as far as remote, I think you still have to answer the questions of, the busing the kids. You can't, most families can't, get their kids to sports. They're still working. A lot of times that the fall sports are going, but at the same time, if we're recommending a model in which kids are getting on the bus for school, then we definitely have to say we feel comfortable with allowing students to get on a bus for sports.
NHIAA
So
may
that
be
shouldn't be a-
premature in that. NHIAA may be very premature in that
Pros
thought
can't even-
process.
Pros can't even control it. I don't know how
Yeah.
how.
No.
High school can.
College sports are shut down too. So.
And there will be additional costs for that because we will have to social distance on the bus. So the amount of students that we would fill on the bus, depending on the size of the team, that would require incurring additional buses. So that is another consideration.
Sweaty kids on the bus. Well, I would ask, on behalf of the board, that if we can get some more information back on that. I personally am not prepared to answer that, question tonight, nor, willing to vote on that tonight, considering that I'm just wondering, I'm just worried about getting the kids back into school.
Oh, and I wasn't looking for a
No, I
decision.
understand. I'm just, making that note.
Yep.
There's too many, with all the questions going around and I'm trying to bring it all in, there's so many unknowns still,
Yes.
and. Okay. Dr. Heisinger, do you have anything? Do we have another part or are we good?
Nope, Mr. Chairman, it's wrap up and final questions time.
Excellent. Wow. All right. So we will move on to, and Mr. Vitek, I did remember this time, and I want to entertain, I didn't make a suggestion or put out a suggestion if we wanted to extend public comment time to a reasonable amount of time, just to make sure we heard everybody's comments. I'll just put it out there if anybody has a motion or not. Yep, that's part of public comment. Does anybody want to make a motion to
I
extend
make
the
a
time?
motion that we extend public comment to allow everyone who wishes to speak at least once to speak. It's,
Do you have a time limit or?
well, we had 3-minute time limit.
Okay.
So I was saying a 3-minute time limit. But I would hate to see that someone didn't get to say what they wanted to say because we came up with a number.
Okay.
So I just think that everybody should be able to speak at least once if they cared to.
I'll second that
So
motion.
if we start getting into a zone out time or repeat, can I shut it down?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'm trying to be reasonable
All
here.
right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll
it's a
second
thought.
that
So we
motion,
got a
but what
motion
about
on the floor
Zoom?
to extend. Do I have a second?
Second, but what about Zoom? Should we add that or no?
Yeah, we'll gotta keep it in a reasonable amount of time, but absolutely. Okay, as we've been going through those, so we'll add the new questions, not going through any old questions. Fair enough?
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? So we have, motion by, Judy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Second.
Second by Ms. Slappa. Any further discussion?
No, all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0, so we'll extend that time to a reasonable amount of time. You may, step right up, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, excuse me, before we start, do you want me to time this?
You only have one question?
Yeah, but
One short question or like one long one?
it wasn't you, Diane, it wasn't you. I'm sorry. I just didn't know. I mean,
Go ahead, come on.
My concern is the masking, and I'm not being
No,
critical.
come on, go closer to the microphone. Just saying your name and your address, please.
Diane DeHaan, 37 Briarcliff Drive, Milford, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
And my question and my concern is about the masking. And I'm not being critical of any one particular person, but if we could all, when we wear them, pull them up above our nose a little bit, because some people have them very low. And I know we're not used to wearing them, but we should model for the children how to wear them correctly. And it's a new thing for all of us. And my other concern with the masking, I really feel strongly that if they're in 5th grade or younger, that they get a break from the mask every hour or every hour and 15 minutes where they can have 20 minutes of no mask. I don't see why they couldn't go outside and run around freely without their mask. There's lots of fresh air. So if you could keep that in mind, if they go back to school, about the timing of mask-free times for them, so they can be compliant with wearing their masks the way they're supposed to.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Steve Etek, 5 Georgetown Drive. I'll do this as quickly as I can. I may not expect answers from everybody, but just some of this are considerations. I just want to be clear on something in the plan, and Mr. Carvel, I'm going to address this to you because you had brought it up. You had said something about that the students are going to have their temperatures taken when they come into school, but I didn't actually see that anywhere in the plan. Is that what is actually going to be happening? I know the teachers will be, but I just want to be sure on that because I didn't think I saw that actually in the plan. Did I miss it, or does anybody know for sure? Or is that the intent that all students are going to be having their temperatures taken before they come into the building?
We had looked into technology that would take temperatures as students walked into the building.
Oh, okay, I understand you looked at, so you looked at the technology, but there's no plan to actually do that right now.
we are looking into the technologies so that we can have temperatures taken as students are entering into the building. That is one of the things that we are looking to
Okay, and
implement.
I'm assuming that would all have to do with costs and everything else. I understand that, okay. The other thing I wanted to say is I was very happy to hear that changes from the original plan that I read about making students wear masks all the time. I got to be honest, as a teacher, that was a big issue with me. I still want to emphasize that taking the masks off during the day, especially for the older kids, I'm still concerned about giving breaks, being in classrooms, eating in classrooms all the time for the health of teachers. I'll tell you right now, I have 4 underlying conditions. So this is a little bit more personal for me. And I'm also very concerned because there doesn't seem to be, from the conversation I've heard, anything on the protocols on how this is actually going to be enforced. And so it seems that a lot of those questions have not been answered here. And I understand cost, I understand what you're saying, but safety has got to be number one, period. And if we can't open safely, I wasn't coming up here today to say remote, okay? You know, many of you know me, I've taught several of your children. I know I'm at my best in front of my class. My students know that. I want to be back in front of my class. But I am very, very concerned what I heard here tonight, that there has not been enough thought into what we are actually going to do. And we have, I'm sorry, I think what somebody said 20 days or 21 days before we start school. And to me, these things should have been considered long before this. So I'm just going to say, I don't have students in school. I am going to be teaching in the school. I am not in favor of opening the school now after what I've heard today, and I was when I came in. Because I don't think enough thought has been put into those questions that could not be answered. That it doesn't really matter what model we go into, we know we're going to have masks. And so I am not in favor of opening the school. I would actually rather see remote learning until you guys have enough time, and I'm using you guys as just a euphemism for everybody, have enough time to answer all of these questions that have not been answered. So I respectfully ask you to consider that. And I think you also need to get very straightened out on what the idea of live remote teaching is. Because we did that last year. We did it through Zoom meetings, okay? I'm not understanding, and I'm not expecting an answer, I'm just, this consideration. I am not understanding why the remote learning option means teachers have to come into the building to do remote learning. We didn't have to do that at the end of last year.
Oh.
I know all of us are going to be a lot better at doing live teaching remotely, but I don't understand why the teachers have to come into the building to do that, okay? So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Kelly Lacasse, King Street.
Good evening.
Just a few things. I am a bus driver, and I have concerns. I haven't heard anything from the bus company as an employee, so, you know, we'll see. But as far as taking kids' temps as they're walking into the schools, from personal experience, on the bus during the hotter days, which in the beginning, we do have those hot days, the kids are gonna run high. So you can't automatically be like, oh, nope, we got to send you to the nurse's office or whatever room you have, you know. I went to the doctor's one day, it was hot out. I had a temp, but I really didn't. They just had me stand there and then they retook it and I was good. So we can't just assume just because it's might be high that one time that they really do have a temp. So I think we have to keep that into consideration if there's any in school. Holly, with what she was saying about the hybrid, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I was not hearing you say this day, like, I agree. I think there should be live streaming. I think there should be Zoom for every class. My kids are in high school. It's harder for the elementary. I get that, but we obviously have a total different thing for elementary and secondary. So my kids are in high school, and my son, the last 2 weeks of spring, he was done. You guys did the best you could with the little time we had. So I do give props for that and everything, but I think I totally 100% agree with you. And up here, if you can do full remote and you're teaching live, if we're a hybrid, you should be teaching live. I just agree with that. And Zoom, you can do it over Zoom. It's definitely harder in the elementary, so I'm not even speaking about them, but God bless you. The calendar, so if you do the AABB, I actually do think it should be AA, Wednesdays, BB, because you're doing that with the secondary, and there are plenty of kids that I know the psychological and everything, and I know that some kids don't have the best home life, and it is 5 days, I do agree with that, but 2 of those days are the weekend. And, on a normal school year, our kids aren't thinking about school on the weekend. So I kind of feel like it's really maybe 2 days, because that one day you do kind of you can get some interaction with your teacher. So I actually think that it should be AA and BB for better cleaning and everything. Also with the AA, BB, I was looking at the calendar and I see that obviously holidays and things like that, it kind of changes. Like you were saying like A's would be Monday, Thursday, and then like B's would be Tuesday, Friday. But on the calendar, a lot of those days, A's are going the other days. That could run into a problem because a kid could be like, oh no, it's Monday, so I'm supposed to be home. Whoops, B's were supposed to be there on Monday. So I could see how that could run into a problem. Again, if you can do fully remote live streaming, then you should be able to do that with the hybrid. And I think if there is any in-school learning, there should be sports, because I don't see the difference. And these kids going on the bus, totally agree. And as far as like traveling to other schools, well, now we have kids going to the Boys and Girls Club, right, from other schools too. What's the difference? And I am a coach, Milford High School coach. These kids need something. They need something. But of course, safety is first. And as far as like traveling to schools, so the kids, when they're on a sports team, they're obviously practicing with each other. They're not social distancing. So why would you wouldn't even, I mean, you can, but you wouldn't really have to social distance on the bus because you're in close proximity to each other when you're out there practicing. Just some things to take into consideration. But thank you for administration and everything for a great job in trying to do what's best for our kids. And it is a lose-lose situation. So thank you though.
Thank you. And we're going to take, in between cleaning the podium, we'll take some Zoom, but please remind the Zoom that we still need your name and your address before we can read.
So we just have 2
Okay.
so far. The first one just came from an iPhone. It's a simple question though. Does AMPM have to do Boys and Girls Club at their own expense? And if it fills to capacity, are there alternate options available? So we've already, I'll let you answer it, Jessica, then.
So that would have to be a discussion of the board in terms of how we would finance that. And would there be a certain threshold for qualification for something of that nature? So that's something that the board would have to take up. In terms of the Boys and Girls Club, in discussions with them, they said, they're really excited about doing this. Their biggest challenge will be staffing. And it's something that, we would have to, when we send out the academic choice questionnaire, it's a question that we would have to ask families, would they need that type of care for the AM/PM session? And we can certainly add that to our academic choice form that will be going out depending on what the board decides.
Hi, how are you? 1 minute. Jerry, There you go. Thank you. You're great. Sorry about that. I apologize.
Denise McCloat, 119 High Street. I'm actually a newer resident to Milford. I was a teacher down in Florida, and I hope to eventually find a teaching job here, which means I also have a kindergartner and an 8th grader that would be going to the schools here. And I wanted to, I know you guys talked earlier about kindergartners and how apprehensive they may be coming to the school with masks and, all that. My son came to Jack Memorial for the kind of kindergarten screening, and maybe it's because my child has gone to daycare over the last month or so and has to wear a mask, and he does the hand washing and the temperature checks at the door. And he might be used to that. But he spoke nothing of excitement. He is ready. We're also new to town. We have no friends or family around. So my kids are looking for that inclusion. They're looking to make friends and connections, and doing that remotely for them is, I've got an 8th grader who has become a reclusive person because she's got nobody to talk to, nobody to meet and, connect with, even online. So I'm all for the hybrid method, so that you can kind of keep the numbers down at least and limit it. But I definitely don't support fully remote. I know there are tons of teachers who would prefer to be remote, but there are also tons of teachers like myself that would prefer to be in a classroom. So hopefully you'll take that into consideration, that I think with kindergartners, they have no past. They don't know what is supposed to be. It's kind of like when you come into a new job or something and they've rehauled their entire computer system. You're new. You're almost more at an advantage because you have no, I guess, better term, bad habits to break, because you just accept it. Well, this is the way it's always been for me. So you almost actually, deal with the new normal better than maybe some of the older students will.
Thank you very much. And we'll take another online call.
Sure. Rob Canty, it's a comment. And I'm going to summarize. Safest option is to be remote. Educational gaps will exist, but they can be overcome. We cannot fix death or long-lasting health implications. If grocery stores cannot be full capacity, why are we considering in person?
Well,
Nicolette Daniels, 23 Osgood Road. I am a student at Milford High School going into 10th grade.
how are you?
Good. A little nervous, but.
That's okay. We're all friends here.
Here we go. So before the whole remote learning happened, the chorus teacher, Mrs. Adoti, gave all the chorus students a new schedule that's going to be going into effect for the 2021 school year. It's the same thing like the middle school blue and white days. I don't feel fully comfortable if we're doing remote learning to learn on a new schedule. Second, are the upperclassmen going to start on the 9th or the 10th with everyone? Because normally when we go back to school, the upperclassmen always don't go on the first day, they go on the second day or something like that. I'm not quite sure.
I believe we talked about that today, and they'll start on the 10th.
So that means sophomores, juniors, and seniors all start on the 10th. All start on the 10th.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up.
Her mom,
Hi.
Tammy Daniels. I want to say one thing. During the spring, my daughter had a hard time with the remote learning. Okay, teachers weren't available. Some teachers are, some teachers weren't. You email everybody, you email your teachers, takes 2 to 3 days to get the emails back. She has it all on her Google Docs for school. And another thing, yeah. On the sports, why don't you guys get together with all the coaches, and I mean Coach Jones, everybody in the fall thing, send out an email to all their parents. Are your kids going back to doing sports? If they're not, there's your answer. You know, instead of saying, or send it to the students, also send it to the students. Hey, do you want to come back to school or do you want to be remote learning? Let the students decide too, especially the 10th through 12th, because now they went through this last year. A lot of students, and I mean a lot of her friends, had a hard time learning. Straight A students, they're done. They're not on honor roll because they're not having the one-on-one with the teachers. This one here misses all her friends, missing all the teachers. So if we do go back, she will be in school and she'll be partly remote, but that's my opinion. And she's used to wearing a mask. And then another thing on the teachers that can't come, like Mr. Vitek, okay? He has underlying conditions. I had underlying conditions. I worked at Lowe's for 2 months. I did not have a mask, okay? So give him protective clothing, the PPE. You know, we have that. The governor said he will give stuff to the school district. So just stop and think. And you guys have to get your act together because you only have 21 days and the kids will go back or be at home.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, from Paula at Patch Hill Lane. Are you going to look into live teaching, as many parents feel comfortable with that, and it would give the kids a close and in-class experience? They would see their teacher friends and can engage. The schools will eventually close down, or maybe not. If and when, are you going to look into this? Can we do one more?
Do one more.
Okay, and then Aaron Arias, 35 Dearborn. My son is 4. He began JOCS at 3 years old. Last year, he attended last year and is planning to attend this year. Is it inaccurate to assume preschoolers or kindergartners are unfamiliar with school? It's really hard to read. With the school environment, and that they're at an advantage because they haven't experienced school yet. Tonight we went to sleep. My son asked me 3 questions. When's Christmas? When's Halloween? When's school?
How are you?
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Karen Mitchell, 54 Clark Road.
Nice.
I just first want to thank all of you and everyone involved in the process. I do truly believe that you have the teachers, administrators, and children's health in mind. Whether your opinion is to go back or stay at home, I do believe everyone is working for the best interest of our community. But that being said, I also like to deal in facts. And the fact is, we don't know why this room isn't full. There's a lot of people that just want to be in the comfort of their own home.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know how many parents are able and willing to drive their student to a sports game. So before we make a decision, can we just maybe do a survey? I know we've done a lot of surveys to our community. Find out how many are willing. Will it reduce the bus load? Will it make it so we can socially distance? Let's just deal with facts, because I can't deal in assumptions. We're never going to run this district correctly if we deal in assumptions. And I am very blessed to have 3 intelligent, self-driven kids who did okay during the learning last semester. I won't say I felt that they learned everything they could have, and that's probably, I suspect, the case all over the country. But I firmly believe that our teachers are essential workers. They mean a lot to my kids. They mean a lot to me. I don't take the teaching for granted for 1 minute. I couldn't do the job that most of these teachers do, which is why I send my kid to school instead of homeschooling. I will say that there were many teachers for my kids that knocked the ball out of the park. There were a lot that kind of stopped teaching March 12th. And it's not a criticism, it's just what I saw. They came to me and said, I can't get in touch with my teacher, they're not responding. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. These assignments are weak. I expect more, I got more last time. So I would ask that we have collective accountability for everybody, because I think our teachers realize how important they are. I hope they realize how important they are. And having a gap in learning, it's not always easy to overcome, especially those kids who are in high school. They're building toward leaving. They don't have a lot of time to catch up. Most parents can't teach necessarily all those high school level classes. So I'd ask us to really consider the plan that we have put together when our kids are partly home and partly in school, if that's what we're gonna do. Just make sure that there's some form of accountability for everybody, really. And let's just be fair to the students. And let's be fair to the athletes. And let's just see if there's a solution that we can think outside of the box, because I guarantee you, I've seen all over social media, the kids in this town they're at the beach, they're at the outlets, they're around town. They're posting because that's what kids do. So it's happening. They're not all staying at home. And if we take away their schooling or take away their athleticism because we're afraid, I think we're doing a disservice. So, thank you.
So Karen, 14 Edgewood Street, here's a question. Oh, sorry, not your Karen too. Somebody else, Karen, sent in a question. Sorry, Karen. Sitting here watching this meeting, between every speaker, someone gets up to disinfect the mic and podium. Will there be someone in each classroom to disinfect the pencil sharpener or other surfaces as each child will use between each use?
Will you be there? All right. Good question. How are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Janelle Getman, 543 North River Road. And I just, I appreciate the Zoom meeting that you sent out from last week. I wasn't able to look at it until today. But it was mentioned in there as part of the music program for the high school that they weren't quite sure what they were going to be doing with that. And I noticed that when we talked about mask implementation, that it was that they weren't supposed to be wearing masks if they were eating or doing physical education. So my daughter is part of the band. She plays actually a brass instrument, and I know I'm probably part of the minority, but I'm concerned about her education as part of the music program. And I know that, you know, aerosols can be sprayed throughout instruments and things like that. And I know that there really isn't anything in place and that hasn't been discussed as far as those requirements or even if that would be allowed anymore within the curriculum of the schools and things like that, which is also a consideration where we're talking about sports and contact sports to be taken into effect. So I just wanted to bring that up as a consideration as well.
Can I ask you a question about
Yes.
that? Would you feel comfortable with your daughter taking band from full live remote and playing her instrument at her own house? Because it sounds like you're not comfortable with her in the school doing it. What would, I'm just curious as to what.
I'm just trying to figure out kind of, I know that there's this planning of how things are supposed to be, how the students are supposed to be protected within the classes in different scenarios. And I haven't really heard anything about how the music is supposed to be protected based off of how instruments are played, right? So there's that assumption that it can't be. I haven't heard anything.
A lot of classes, music, engineering, science labs, you know, culinary.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem with her doing that remotely at all. We really were part of the music program after school and things like that. And with, you know, the schools being shut down right away for cleaning at the end of the school day really affects even that opportunity for the extra education that I find is her extracurricular to help keep her interested in other things. So.
There are no easy answers.
Correct. So I was just curious and wanted to bring that to light.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take one more Zoom.
Autumn DeVelli, 23 Johnson Street, 10th grader at Milford High School. If the hybrid schedule is taken into action, how will the student body be split in order to create the groups? I think that we already talked about it would be geographically. How will this affect classes that are mixed grades or classes for certain grades in general? And I think that the assumption is they were going to try to do it geographically based on what students chose, but again.
Tammy Daniels, Osgood Road. I got a question. How many students can fit in the music room? Does anybody know? Okay, if it's every 6 feet, okay? So try to find out how many can be in the music room with a trumpet or with all the band. Because that music room is big, and I mean huge. They took away the chairs, right? I think, I'm not sure. They just have steps, so find out, because if out of every 6 feet, there you go. That's how many. You know, each store has 80 people in a store. Then each class should have how many can be in. You know, that means figure it out. I'm just suggesting that that's another good idea. Put a number on the door. Okay, you have this many classes, this many students. There you go.
Thank you. And we'll take one more.
So this is from Rob Canty. I summarized it before. He wants me to read the whole thing. The bottom line, exposure to COVID-19 must be limited. It's the safest option is to be remote, then focus on training teachers on how to successfully teach remotely. It is possible to engage students successfully in remote learning, even from the youngest students. We can create a schedule that helps avoid student burnout from distance learning by scheduling short breaks, i.e. long weekends, extra day off, etc. If we focus as a district on teaching, quote, an inch wide and a mile deep, teachers can focus on teaching the most essential transferable skills to mastery, especially if teachers are given the time to collaborate and create cross-curricular learning units that hit multiple skills and multiple content areas. As far as educational gaps that can be created from learning throughout this pandemic, educational gaps can and will be overcome. What cannot be fixed is death and long-term damage from COVID-19. And then if grocery stores and hair salons cannot operate at full capacity, why are we considering in person? And I just want to say, if I missed yours, it's hard to scroll up, so just send it again if you really want it.
And I want to thank everybody on Zoom chat for participating in this portion of the public comment section. So we'll end the Zoom piece of public comment and we'll take one more here live. Thank you.
Hi, Adriana Allen, 21 Wildflower Way. I'm a parent and a teacher in the district. I have a question about some of the sanitizing procedures. I know for the elementary school in the meeting we had earlier this week, they spoke about what they would do between the AM and the PM. And I just wanted to ask if there was any consideration about information getting out to parents as to what types of sanitizing materials are being used, and if we need to have parents sign waivers if students are going to be around that, especially at the upper grades where the middle and high school, I believe we're told that the students and the teachers were going to be working during passing period or just before passing period to sanitize the room before the next group of students comes in. I know as a teacher, I want to make sure if there are any students with allergies or that tend to get develop rashes, I want to know that ahead of time. Another thing I was concerned about is in my classroom when I'm teaching and the students are using internet, if there are a lot of people using the internet in the school, sometimes there's an issue with connectivity and the bandwidth. So especially if we go into a model like you were speaking about, Holly, where there would be live teaching and students in the classroom working on the Chromebooks, I just want to make sure that we have the bandwidth to support all of that. I also wanted to speak about what was outlined in the proposal sent out last week about suspected and confirmed cases. If there are suspected cases, especially with the teacher or with the students, they're supposed to stay home until there's confirmation or until symptoms are no longer there. But if there is a confirmed case, what is the protocol to get that information out to parents and students? And is it, I realize it'll be an individual case, but will you be looking at possibly going immediately remote with that classroom or with the school? And does that just depend case by case? Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more. I think we
All
should
right,
read.
Holly.
Okay. She just wrote a really long one. Jennifer Guthrow, RN, BSN, 16 Rivers Edge Drive. I'm not understanding why live teaching is not being offered remotely. My son struggled with remote learning only because there was no interaction. I have immunocompromised from cancer and I'm waiting a bone marrow transplant. My personal feeling is sending my child to school in masks or to school risks his life, and he is not a risk that I'm willing to take. His life and safety is more important to me than social interaction. In school would be a place for me to risk. A common cold can hurt me, but COVID would be a gruesome death sentence. There is no option other than remote learning from my household, but we should not lose interaction with the teacher. I have a lesser education than others. I also agree the lack of a solid plan for each makes going back to school unsafe and should be postponed until they are complete. Lastly, as a nurse, even just hearing today's discussion, I've heard that the children's safety is priority. There is no way to 100% prevent the spread of this virus, and a small percent of people will be infected and possibly lose their lives. Somebody wanted to know also, do we have a number of students that have withdrawn from the district to pursue homeschooling? I don't know. That's a question that we know the answer to.
And the rest, I think we've been reading them. That's why it's a good chat format.
It's hard to,
it's hard to.
It's hard to keep up with them all.
Yeah, so, you know, and, you know, just for the Zoom people, not to cut it off too much, but it's really, if the people in the crowd are looking at it too, it's kind of looks like Facebook on steroids. So it's, you know, no disrespect to anybody there, but it's a lot of, you know, chit chat, and it's hard to find out what's a question and what's kind of who's feeding who. So no disrespect there, but I do appreciate all the comments on Zoom. Very tough to navigate as a board because we're trying to give all our attention to everyone that's here that's live. And it's disrespectful to, and it's hard not to, it's almost, you know, not to look down at the laptop. And I don't want to show any signs of disrespect to anybody that's here live. But that's why it's hard to do a Zoom piece and look here, and it's very disrespectful to be looking here when we should be looking here. So I apologize if that's the case. We're just trying to give everybody an opportunity to be able to provide a comment. So hopefully we won't need this too much longer. Yes, good thing I didn't end it.
I know, actually you brought up a really good point. That's kind of why trying to teach a class and trying to talk to an online class at the same time would not always work out so well, because while you're trying to focus on the ones in front of you, you're also trying to focus on the ones who are sending you emails and chats and things. So it's kind of one of those things, is that from a teacher's point of view, it would need to be one or the other. You have a remote teacher and then an in-classroom teacher, because you kind of you don't want to take away from one or the other.
That's correct.
So thank you.
Thank you, great point. Okay, so we'll end, and again, thank you for everybody, and hopefully everybody got their question in, but that'll end the public comment portion of it. So thank you for everybody's participation. I know it's, you know, as a parent, you know, this is a lot. All right, so I'll go down to board comments.
I have a
Yes,
statement
Mr.
I'd like to
Mattulli.
read. As a parent of a child in the school system, I have many concerns about the effectiveness of returning in any form to a physical classroom with the appropriate take-in restrictions as suggested by the CDC. One of the issues parents have stated with last year's remote learning was the lack of interaction with their child had with their peers in an academic setting, that cooperative learning wasn't available and it wasn't happening, that teachers were not available. In any plan to return to a physical classroom, because of all the guidelines related to safety protocols, cooperative learning groups are not going to be feasible without breaking CDC guidelines related to safe distancing or the sharing of materials, regardless if everyone is wearing a mask at all times. On the other hand, while not perfect by any means, Google Classroom and Zoom does provide the ability for students to be able to work together on any project from home while still being connected to the teacher in a safe manner. Teachers will need to be present all the time as contracted. If we return to the classroom, teachers' attention and instructional time will be adversely affected while they're addressing students who are not following protection protocols, such as getting closer than 6 feet, not wearing masks. Teachers often will have to remind them not to share any materials. This is going to happen rather frequently at the primary grades. Yet at the same time, teachers will have to be addressing them and reassuring them that everything is okay. A very mixed message at best. The added duties of ensuring students are following all the new safety protocols, constantly wiping down the classrooms, restrictions on distancing, the restrictions of sharing of materials, and the added time of teaching social and emotional well-being of the students will limit how they teach. They will not be as effective with differentiating their lessons. Using hands-on activities will not be possible, and force teachers to lecture from the front of the classroom, ultimately null and voiding the reasons for having a physically classroom environment. As a school board member, I also have to look at the health and well-being of all the children, staff members, and the additional cost of our budget for cleaning materials, HVAC systems, other equipment, busing costs, and additional costs for replacing teachers who will not be able to return because of health and childcare issues. As a board member, I have to think about these issues related to the cost of hiring substitute teachers and their availability as well as safety. Do we want a substitute teacher who the day before was teaching in another building or in another school district? Every teacher knows that remote learning is not the ideal method of teaching, and all would like to return to the classroom. However, to do so, we must first adequately address all their safety concerns.
Mr. Chairman, I also have a statement I'd like to read. I participated on the Return to School Task Force, and from day one, I've advocated for full-time live remote teaching to at least begin the year. I still believe it's the best option for a variety of reasons. The additional human factor and financial costs required for frequent classroom, bathroom, and equipment cleaning, the high PPE costs, bus monitors to ensure masks are worn, additional buses to safely accommodate spacing. We cannot provide busing for all students, and I know that we thought the upper students could just get their own transportation. Heating system and vent concerns, limited health screening resources, increase in sick time requests, as well as sick time issues for part-time employees, issues attracting and retaining substitutes and keeping everyone safe in the building from subs that are working elsewhere. No real option for families to change their minds except at the end of the trimester or semester. It's just too restrictive. No definitive sets of rules or regulations accounting for all possible exposure scenarios and definitive timelines for how we're going to react. Issues for families who work outside of the home, have to travel outside of the state, or have children attending college. Do they have to isolate every time there's an instance with that? Increased stress for students faced with safety fears, stringent regulations, having to wear masks, having to see all their friends in masks, as I talked about for on the first day of school for many kids. Inability to provide true structure and consistency in any of the hybrid models. Other as of yet undetermined financial costs. We've stated, most of us here tonight have stated, we're gonna likely end up having to go full live remote at some point. So why risk insubordinate time, money, resources, and most importantly, potential lives? I feel the proposed AB schedule includes a dramatic reduction in the time students will actually participate in learning. Especially for 6 to 12, it's equivalent to 2 short days, as opposed to the possibility of 4 to 5 full live days with remote live teaching. Teachers will be required to manage 2 sets of learners, as one of the speakers just brought up. It's really confusing and distracting. Everyone suffers. If we begin the year with full live remote, then we could reevaluate every 30 days, with the ultimate objective being to get everyone back into the schools full time, which would be possible once we have a vaccine. And I said earlier, that brings up another question. Are we going to mandate everyone takes the vaccine? I think that's something that we need to be focusing on. Options for full live remote are a lot easier to implement at this point in the game with so many unknowns. One scenario would be to have all the teachers on site every day teaching live remote. All the students are at home. Another option, the majority of students and teachers to participate remotely, but still mandate full live remote teaching, primarily from home-based classrooms. Perhaps we could arrange for families who have a real need for students to be on site to send those students into the buildings, where they would participate with live remote teaching from certain classrooms manned by teachers, aides, paras, or administrators who are willing and able to be on site. The remote day should be run just like a normal on-site day. For A period, students and teachers must be logged in at the start of the class and participate in some way until the end of the class. We would utilize Zoom, live lecture, video, tutorial, threaded discussion, and other interactive tools. I cannot support the current proposed hybrid model. If we decide to implement a hybrid model, I think it should be consistent across schools and should limit the number of students in the buildings and the flow of people throughout the buildings until we're at a safer place. The best proposed solution we've heard is the one for the elementary students with a morning and afternoon. It's easiest to manage also though because of the fact that those are cohorts of students who primarily stay together. It's a little more difficult when we talk about the middle school and the high school, but we could implement a similar scenario by proposing Mondays, period 1 only. Period 1 would meet 2.5 hours in the morning. The second half of period 1 could meet in the afternoon. Just ideas. The periods could run 8 to 10:30, whatever. It's also kind of restrictive. Maybe Monday could be period 1 and 2, etc. But at the end of the day, I just think that in good conscience, I can't be responsible for the loss of life. And I think that when it comes right down to it, we're not where we need to be yet, but we can get there. And I think that we need to evaluate every 30 days. And I think we have to give people the option to change their minds.
Excuse me. Interesting. I didn't prepare a statement, although I did once before, and that was met with frustration. I'm glad that you both read statements and wish I had been brave enough to do that. What I can tell you is that there is one thing upon which every person in this town agrees, and that is that our children have to be kept safe. There is no question here. And whether that happens in a hybrid model inside this school or it happens with remote learning, the priority is to keep our children safe. And over the last 2 weeks, I have done nothing but read articles. I've read articles from the American Academy of Pediatrics, where they talk about the emotional harm that our children have undergone in the last 6-8 months. Not only have they lost their educational base, that which is a tether for many of them, and we all know that many of our children have been put in situations where they weren't safe to begin with, and they were forced to be there even longer every day. Those children suffered. I read cases where they talked about the learning lost. And someone made a comment earlier about how much money you lose with each year of education over your lifetime. So we're making a huge decision here. It isn't just one simple decision. This has huge repercussions, not just today, not just tomorrow. But I think that aside from losing this really important tether, our children have looked around and they've seen us frightened and they've seen everything changed. When we have a graduation, that was lovely. I mean, seriously, that video was as lovely as anything I think I've ever seen in my life. And so that's a new different. And so I guess there are those beautiful silver linings that are coming out of here. There's kindness that people never shared with each other before that they now have. But for our children, the priority is safety. And I came here tonight with a definite, not a definite decision, I can assure you, with a definite bias, with an inclination, with a way of thinking. My fears are the ones that have been articulated by virtually everyone who's come up, and they are overwhelming. It's this idea that we can't we don't have an answer to every question. I'm not sure that we ever will, but I'm not feeling terribly confident about the questions that remain. I came in tonight with a question about what numbers were we going to use? What statistics will we use to decide that this isn't safe? And it might come from the state or it might be local, but what statistic are we going to use? At what point do we pull the plug on this hybrid model, students and teachers being inside this building? At what point do we say, nope, this is not safe? And we haven't confronted that. We haven't confronted the idea of being in a live model. We're talking hybrid as being really looking like it's the most desirable model for us to go with. And yet there are some really valid questions to be asked there too. And earlier I said I had concerns and I didn't quite, it was like, how do I articulate my concerns if we haven't even chosen a model yet? But I'm worried. I was a classroom teacher for 20 years. It's tough to do a classroom with 15 kids. It's tough to do any classroom. And now we're going to layer on the difficulty. I don't know that a remote live option would work, but I do know that it's something that's been discussed. There are so many points that seem they still need to be ironed out. And I mean, even as I say these things out loud, I'm still wrestling. But I also think about children who are isolated in a new neighborhood and how painful that is. I mean, the psychology and the safety and the education, there are so many issues to be weighed. So I think the most important thing that I can tell you right now is that I and my colleagues are taking this very seriously. And whatever decision we come to will be one that's made with absolute purity of spirit in keeping our children safe.
Mr. Corbell?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with my colleague Judy 100%. I've read some of the same articles. I think we were talking about the American Pediatric Society saying of, remote learning is a challenge for our younger kids. And, the goal is exactly that, is safety. And, I've had a lot of folks approach me about the budget and the money. And I can assure you, all my years on the budget committee and on the board, that's not even being looked at in my eyes because one, we can afford it, we have it. We're going to make the building safe. We're going to make the students safe. We're going to make the staff safe. We've always had that task as a board members and we've always put that in the forefront. I worry exactly what the rest of the board is, we've got to educate our kids and what's the best model. You're right, there is not the right answer. I've looked at 6 other plans and they're all on the pendulum left and right. And there's really not a good, what's the happy way to do it? What's the best way to do it? Who's got the best practices out there? They're not, and they're based on your communities and based on your areas. I mean, we have very low numbers in Milford, and when I looked at this hybrid plan and I looked at the administration and all the work that they've done, they are taking in every aspect. They're meeting daily. I believe that they're probably exhausted. I just look at their eyes and they're exhausted trying to come up with the answers, and sometimes they don't have them. We don't have them. But what I can say is my goal is to return kids back to the school safely, obviously, but we are missing our educational opportunity in this remote learning. I have not seen a really good report where that remote learning is working. It's creating all sorts of other problems at home. And I think it's just a scary place. And I think right now, when I look at this hybrid model, it gives us the chance to be ready if we have a spike. We're at the lowest numbers right now. It gives us time to make that plan, firm that up. And it also has time to give us, the board, a plan to go back to school and return. It gives us a time to figure out both of those and see what we can do in this time in a safe, cautious manner. I ran the numbers and cost before, the superintendent gave us that report, and we did have many savings over the year to pay for it. And some of these items that was listed out are part of the budget that we've already budgeted for. So it's not an above cost, But again, I agree with you that there is many questions that I still have, but I think those will come with a very particular time once the decision is made, because I think a lot of the work that hasn't been done is because the board has not decided, right? We don't want to put a lot of work into something that we may not go that way. I like this model because it gives us choices. And quite frankly, I think the school administration has to jump on that right now and give us a plan to go full remote, be prepared, get all of our equipment, get ready to do the best we can in remote, and also prepare to reopen and fully come back. And I think we're waiting to see what Milford statistics are. You heard someone come up and give us the statistics in Milford. We are at the lowest rate. We're watching it. I think what we've got to do is, you know, I'm in support of this remote model, but I also agree with the new model I heard from Holly today that, you know, that's an option. But this at least gets us going. This has a good phased-in approach. It has a good plan for the best we can do. And it gives us time to, I think one person asked for more surveys. It gives us time for the administration to get together, flush out all the protocol questions, because I have questions about protocol. I want to make sure that we're not treating the kids like they're going into a block and they feel like they're not part of, fun times. I know school's got to be fun for them. They can't come in with a very restricted environment. I did have information about the screeners and the buses, temperatures and things. There's a lot of things that have to be worked out. And I think those will get pushed a minute after the board makes decisions. And I think this model kind of gets us on that step, right? We're stepping towards the right way. So, it is a tough decision. But I'm confident our administration team put the best plan together and presented that plan today after all of your hard work and, working through the task force and all of that. And I'm confident that you'll answer all those questions that we'll have once we get through it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carbell. I'll just finish it up. Judy, just coming off, mentioning the word brave, and being brave to make a statement, or always do what you feel comfortable as far as getting your words out. Don't worry about the criticism from out there. If you have to put it on paper, you put it on paper, because we have to make a lot of brave decisions, today. And if anybody influences you making the right decision, we have to step forward, and we have to be brave, and, as a board, I had made my statement before, but as a board, there's a lot of, out of respect for, the recommendations. I know a lot of the questions can be answered in a short period of time. There's a lot of questions that are unknown. And if there was an easy decision, and I know everyone in this room has an individual opinion, and maybe a decision they would make if the roles were reversed. But if it was such an easy decision, our governor and our state reps would be making that decision for us right now if it was so easy. But we have to do this locally because we know what is best, for our students and our teachers and keeping them safe. Even if it's, for a short period of time being a hybrid or short period of time being remote, we have to make the best decision possible, and we have to be brave about making that decision, no matter how popular or unpopular that is. I have a son that's still in the school system, will be for a number of years, and I want him back in school. He was one of those children that definitely thrives with the best teachers that we have in the school system, because our teachers are great with that one-on-one. And I know our teachers, just like Mr. Vitek was saying earlier, he does his best when he has that one-on-one contact with the students. Who doesn't? But what's the right decision? We have to make a decision for the safety of our teachers, of your children, my child, and how that affects us if anything happened to that child, regardless if it's one person in our schools or 20. Are you willing to make that decision if that was your child? I was a firefighter and in the military for many years. I've got enough in my head that rattling around from those years. I don't need any more, personally. So be brave in making your decisions. You know, I thank the entire board because, you know, I know when I was on vacation last week, wanting to read a nice book for a change, all I was doing was reading reports, you know, getting ideas, suggestions from other school boards, spending 2 hours of, you know, listening to superintendent take questions and answer. It was great, by the way. A lot of hard work. And it was stimulating because I was able to do it with popcorn. But anyway, besides the fact, you know, I guess we would rather be doing, you know, something else than having to be sitting here and making a decision on the livelihoods of our families in this community. I would love to be out there watching our kids play sports, our kids thrive in school. But again, we have to make a big decision. And it's not taken lightly at all. And it's not done with any disrespect to anybody, you know, in this room or in Zoom land. It's just what 5 people have to make a decision. And God, I would love to switch with anyone. But that's what we signed up for. And that's what you voted us in for. So hopefully we're representing you in the right way, in the right manner. We're not taking this lightly at all. And I know the staff is exhausted for putting plans together, and I thank you, and I thank you, and I thank you. You get very little credit for all the work that you do. And again, I want to applaud you before we make a decision. I can stand up here and sit on my soapbox a little bit longer, but I'm not going to. Where we at? Anybody have anything else they like to add, or I don't want to take time away? It's a very important decision.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure if this is an appropriate question at this point. I know that we have a timeline, and we've come up with a pretty clear timeline. What I wonder is, depending on what we decide, is that can that timeline be made more flexible?
Say more.
I'm sorry?
Say more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So let's say, I'm going to speak to directly what it is that I'm worried about, because I'm worried about keeping kids safe. I'm worried about keeping our teachers safe. Yes, they're essential workers, but we're all feeling very passionately about essential workers and how grateful we are for them. But I also feel that they are our town's employees, and we need to keep them safe. So what I'm saying is it possible that without going like 30 days out, can we expand the timeline before we start hybrid and then come up with the answers for that hybrid and look at things a little bit differently? We are working with a really short timeline here. And I just feel like if we had a bit more time to answer the questions, whether it's about scheduling or it's about masks or it's about protocol, I just feel there's so many questions and so little time to answer them. Now, and I would also like to make a very quick statement on this. I don't think that the administration or the SAU fell down on this and waited too long, by the way. We have waited a very long time to get feedback from the state. So it would be easy to sort of shoot the messengers here, but the bottom line is that these people have been working tirelessly because they were given a very short timeline to work with. But I feel like maybe we should expand our timeline if we can.
So would you be suggesting, pushing out the start of phase 1, like later? Are you thinking about shortening sort of the phases 2 and 3 in between? Like, tell me a little bit more, because I'm really interested in what you mean by providing some more time.
Okay, because when we're talking about, okay, if we do hybrid, we have these questions and we don't have answers. And that is my biggest concern, is that there are questions and we don't have answers. So I'm saying, is there a way to, might be start remote and then decide to switch over in 30 days to hybrid? That we're not going to make a commitment for an entire semester. And we talked about, we're going to revisit, and there's a date here, and I looked at it before. Yeah. Well, September 16th was the first. Thank you so much, October 19th. So what if we said on October 19th, we will have made a final decision? And sort of, got into, and I don't have an answer right now, I apologize. But I really feel like if I could get answers to questions about the hybrid model, I might feel a whole lot more comfortable about it.
So,
I know it's the right thing for kids in terms of emotionally, ESL, in terms of education. But when there are questions that aren't answered, it just makes me nervous. And I wondered if there's a way to come up with yet another model.
right.
A D, okay?
A D.
I mean,
So funny you say a D, because I walked into the office today and I said, all right, guys, let's talk about Model D.
yeah,
So
sorry.
No, it's fine. You and I are on the same wavelength today. So to answer your question about some of the protocols, I do believe that at the building level, there are answers to your questions, and they have been discussed at the leadership level at each building. And they've been at that level in each building because each building is developmentally different. So I do think that each of the principals probably could answer some of those questions that have come up tonight. I also believe that the reason why we are not making blanket sort of statements that this is the protocol
Right.
is because we also, the next step after the decision of the board was to put school-based teams together to actually bring in teachers to work with principals in the next 20 days so that we actually developed those protocols in collaboration with the very people who would be implementing them. So that was the next step after a decision was made. And the reason why this morning I came in and said to the team, let's talk about a phase-in option, was our biggest concern is how do we just start remotely without that integral, foundation that is built. And I think that's important at every level. I think we've heard students speak to it today. We've heard families speak to it today. And some of the greatest feedback that we got in the spring was that need for kids to feel connected, to feel part of a community, and to feel that connection to their teachers. And my biggest concern is that, again, in the spring, we had months of time where kids had that classroom interaction. They had time with their teachers. And to go right into that, 9th graders for the first time starting high school, 6th graders for the first time starting middle school, kindergartners for the first time going to kindergarten, and kids moving up to Heron Pond. I felt like starting hybrid and being able to transition into remotely, if we needed to, October 16th, with the numbers that the way they were, it made the most sense, and it was the safest time to do so. So 2 parts. Yes, there's flexibility, absolutely. I want to just emphasize the points about social and emotional that you talked about, because they are so critical. And so many organizations are talking about the need for the kids to have some in-school interaction. If there ever was a safe time based on science and data, right now is it for us. But again, Judy, your point about specificity in terms of protocols during hybrid, I know that these teams have begun these conversations, but I also know that we want to have those conversations with staff so that we can be set up for a strong start. And then those 9 days are about safety training, working with all of the staff to make sure that everybody is on the same page and everybody knows exactly what the processes are for when students are in school. And when you look at the numbers, our data shows that over 65% of folks want some sort of in-person instruction, right? Over 65%. So what that tells us is our numbers, right, are going to be small, they're going to be manageable. And if working on a stronger remote process for those students who would not be in school at that time, and as we're building our remote option in case we need to make that shift, which there's a good chance we will, we can do that within those first 6 weeks of school. So just some other thoughts to think about, but totally open and flexible to suggestions that you might have about the timeline.
Mrs. Flappa?
So, Judy, I really appreciate your comments. Ron as well. I think that you both brought a lot of important questions to the table. I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, we talk about flexibility. And I think that we talk about being able to answer questions. And I don't think the answer to the biggest, most essential question, can we keep people safe, has been answered. I think that it needs to be answered. And I think that we need to take the feedback from the majority of people that spoke and participated via Zoom tonight that also agree that if we're going to do some type of remote eventually, it has to be full live remote. If we're going to go remote at some point, there is no other option. It cannot be a patchwork quilt of a little bit of VLAC and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I think that we need to create a scenario where students can engage. And I think that the time spent, the next 21 days should be spent training teachers on how to accommodate and facilitate full live remote teaching, whether it be taking place in the school or whether it be taking place in a home-based office. I think that not knowing what's going to happen with the vaccine, not knowing if, 6 weeks from now, we're going to be at a skyrocket amount because all the schools have opened, that the only choice that we can make in good conscience would be to initially start full live remote, make our teachers, if we have to delay the actual start of school by 1 week, till everybody can get fully trained on how to do that. What does that mean? How do we engage students remotely? Then in 30 days, we reevaluate. Hey, do we have no cases? How are other schools that decided to open doing? And at that point, if we could safely decide to incorporate a better hybrid scenario, because I think our hybrid scenario just has a little too many different tentacles, as I said. And then eventually, obviously, the end goal is to get back in school full time. But I think that we would be remiss to try to adopt a hybrid at this point in time, and that potentially costs astronomical dollars, risks lives. If eventually we need to be full live remote, how are we going to do that? So put the focus on figuring out how are we going to do full live remote, start full live remote in a fun, interactive way. Some of the comments tonight I saw were like, oh, my neighborhood has already had kids playing together. My assumption is even if we're full live remote, the people that have been socializing together safely will continue to. So we're not really taking away every potential social aspect for these children. People say, oh, I saw on Facebook pictures of this and that. People are still being safe, but they're making those choices on an individual level. And I think that there is a way to start out full live remote, get prepared for it if that's where we think we're gonna end, do a really kick-ass job getting our teachers ready, putting the system and the infrastructure in place and making it engaging. Then in 30 days, vote again. See if we can go hybrid at that point, but have a more functional hybrid model that answers all those questions. How many students on site before we close the schools? What's the protocol? Where are we going to have students go in? Is there going to be a little waiting room, as Mr. Carvel brought up? How we're, address all those unanswered questions. Have somebody go through the feed tonight and pick out all the really important questions that we didn't answer yet. You can't, there's no redo, you guys. We don't get a redo. If we don't do it right the first time, we don't get a redo. So why rush it? So I'd like to make a motion to propose that we vote on options. Okay,
Hold on.
all right.
Hold on.
I'm holding on.
Thank you for jumping ahead of us.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Carvel.
I just have a kind of a small request, I guess. I would like to hear from geez, I just was looking at him. The fire department, Jason. I just was looking at him. He's our. It is late. I'd like to hear from Jason Smetic, who's our town health officer, who I've seen a bunch of reports working with the superintendent and has been working with our building administrators team and Mr. Cooper on the safety of students. And I know he's been involved deeply in all the discussions and in part of the emergency preparedness planning. And so I guess I would just like to hear from you. And Mr. Chairman, I know it's an odd request, but I'd like to just kind of hear his position and thought of the school safety plan as presented. And he was part of some of these discussions as well, and his thoughts, because he does have the statistics He does, talk and communicate with the state at all levels and really knows the heartbeat of what's going on here in town. Mr. Chairman, is that okay?
Mr. Superintendent, you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Please, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Nope, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were a lot of hours that Chief Flaherty, myself, members of the staff put into this, going over copious amounts of data, which changes daily, going over copious orders that come out from the Economic Reopening Task Force and change by the hour from time sometimes. So there's a lot of data that we looked at. Big picture, right? Hillsborough County in the state of New Hampshire had roughly 50% of the COVID cases, right? Rough estimates on population for the county, 143, 150,000 people. We have been very fortunate as of late here in Milford. Like we said, as of today, 5 cases, 387 in the state. When you look at what the cumulative map was from when this all started, right? And you looked at all the colors on it, and you look at what the map was as of August 2nd, the numbers have dropped considerably, okay? I will tell you right now, I do not have children in this school district. My kids go to another school district in the state. But with the way this plan has been written, if my kids were in this district, I would feel comfortable sending them back with the hybrid model. To the question of we need answers to what's that data point, Chief and I can't give that to you, to say when do we shut the schools down. There's a lot of things that are going to drive it. The algorithm that is in place is good to determine, when we have to isolate somebody. It's right on par with the algorithm that we've been using for first responders since this whole thing started. So, and I've said this in emails to parents the past couple of weeks, it's not a perfect plan. If we could put a perfect plan together, I would retire tomorrow and I'd be happy. But this is as solid as a plan as we're going to get right now. And I truly believe, and again, when I look at the data, if we're going to try doing this, now's the time. It continues to trend downward. All right. So, and again, I haven't had a chance, unfortunately, to look at the data that came out at 7 o'clock tonight. I may do that when I get home. But the numbers continue to trend down. And what we look at from a health perspective is 2-week increments. If you notice, everything in the state that's come out from the governor's office, Dr. Chan, everything has been in 2-week increments. So it's a constant process of analyzing all this data and trends. So I hope that answers at least some of your questions.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? So I just want to make one more comment to your, that's great from a safety perspective that you like the plan. But I think my bigger concern, I'm going to take a step back, is from the educational and curriculum content perspective. I don't support the plan because it has all these unknown variables and it doesn't prepare us for when and if we do go to full live remote. I, again, want to strongly recommend that we start full live remote, but we teach, we give the teachers the tools, we set the infrastructure in place for when and if we do have to go full live remote to accommodate our curriculum, the teachers that we're paying to teach our children, not VLAC and all this other stuff. And I think that it's great to hear that from the safety perspective, you think we have some of it nailed down. I don't think we do from the educational, getting what you need to get out of school and fitting the content into the time frame. I think it's too of a condensed time frame. It's too scattered. It puts too much stress on the teachers, too much stress on the students. We saw tonight trying to do a multi-leveled Zoom meeting, how difficult that was. And I think, again, if we spend a couple of weeks instead really teaching the teachers, here's what we need to do, then we go to a hybrid when we have a smarter hybrid to go to. I just wanted to.
I got you.
No,
Thank you,
and I
Captain.
can only
And I don't
speak
need
to
a
the health.
response. I just, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Anybody? Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess I'll come right out and say it. Dr. Heisinger, do you feel that this plan is a solid plan and your team that you lead can give us the best education with the best safety protocols for the school?
I do. I have full confidence in this team. They've put a tremendous amount of work and thought into this. I do think that we can start with a strong hybrid. I do think it's going to better prepare us for a strong remote, which we fully anticipate is a true reality. And this, if any team is going to do it and do it well, it's going to be this team. And we spent, I brought them in 2 hours today, and I said, guys, we're going to face all of these questions tonight. Are you confident in the recommendation that we are going to bring before the board? And the team stands by our recommendation. But we defer to the board. We look forward to your decision. And whatever the decision that is, we are going to do the best by the students and the families of Milford. And we are going to have a great start to the school year. And I just want to thank you for all of your time tonight, all of your great questions, and for your confidence in us to lead us into a great 2021 school year.
We all set?
That's all I have for now.
Judy? You all set? Holly? Thank you. Joe? All right, I guess, how do we want to do this?
I would like to make a motion to support the hybrid model that has been presented to us by the superintendents and the administration team to start school in that model.
You talk about hybrid number 2, second one?
A.
A, I believe.
A
is.
No, it's B. A is
B?
a full return.
No, A, yeah, B, it's the hybrid model.
Yes, B is
So
the
it is
hybrid.
Two
B,
switches.
the one-
Yes,
second one.
yes.
Huh?
Here's the one I mentioned, the B.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So a motion on the floor by Mr. Carvel to support the leadership team's recommendation on hybrid B. Would that be the right description? On our
Yes,
score, on
it's
our
the
score
right-
sheet
It's the
here?
right model, yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Second by Mr. Vituli. Discussion?
I would like to just make a discussion point.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, you know, I've been on the board for a while and budget committee, and I got to tell you, I love the deliberation that we've had in this group for the board members. It is a difficult decision, and you know, I want to thank you know, each of them for, you know, putting together a piece of a very tough decision, and I truly appreciate the good discussions and certainly some new ideas. The reason I'm supporting this is I think there was a lot that I wanted to get as statistics as one, and you know, from our health officer, and I appreciate all the work the fire department and the chief and the captain has given the schools, and will continue to do that as this partnership goes on. And I think the goal is really to educate students, and you know, I look at that, and we want to be safe. And I did read a report that we are taking more precautions than the state has set for guidelines that we're doing here in that school. So, and I think it gives the administration time to give us something, whether we go full remote, better planning, or we return to school. We don't know where those statistics are. We're seeing trending statistics of it decreasing. And I want to return sports in some manner. So I did like to hear the sports package of, you know, keeping it tight within the groups and return those. I think we've really got a challenge here. And I think what I've heard from the numbers and from the parents and from other folks is we can do this. I know it's costly, but there's a lot in that budget. And I have 100% confidence that we won't be going over budget, and we'll get everything we need in this model. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Carvel.
I'd like to say something.
Yes, yes, sir, Mr. Fatuli.
Yep. I was on the committee that worked with this, came up with this suggestion, and I thought it was a model that could be worked out safely. I just wondered about who's teaching it. Is the other teacher is going to be doing both remote and in class. If they're doing both, it won't work. But it can work if they're somebody covering the remote part and not the classroom teacher. That's too much pressure on, too much time. But for a model that works great for the young kids, this is the ideal for hybrid, for the academic part. Safety, I'm still concerned.
My only comment is, I think for the elementary, as I said, that's really the only portion of that plan that I even embrace. I think for the high school, it's way too risky. For the middle school, it's way too risky. It's way too problematic for the teachers. And I think that the kids ultimately will get less education than if we simply started out full live remote and worked from there. Because I think if we started full live remote, we teach the teachers how to do that and stick to the curriculum. And I also think, like, because we don't have the data really from all the parents yet as to who's gonna want what really when they find out this is an option and, oh, I didn't realize it was like mostly VLAC, and that the data might skew our ability to even implement this plan. So to me, there's too many questions and not enough answers, but I do want to see a hybrid plan. I do want to see us get there. So if the board decides to support that, you know, hopefully, I just think that we would be remiss to roll it out initially, and I think that we need to do a little more planning.
Excuse me, when we talk about the questions, and I keep going back to the idea that they're unanswered questions, and we're also asking parents to make decisions for a semester or a trimester. And we're saying you make the decision, you stick with it. Well, what happens if we choose one of these plans the parent has chosen, they're supposed to stick with it, and they didn't have full information to make the plan, to make that decision. And that's why I keep coming back to the questions that didn't get answered about air quality, about who's going to clean, when they're going to clean. I understand that people are going to tackle them, and I've worked with Bill for a long time, and I understand people are going to tackle them, but I really feel like I want answers. I don't have a child in the system. Thank goodness my kids are older than that. But I have a grandchild in the system. So I'm not making this as, there's that part of it in as well. So, yeah, I guess that's why I keep coming back to this idea of unanswered questions.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So motion's on the floor to, by Mr. Carvel, to support the leadership team's recommendation of the hybrid B in your program. Seconded by, I'm sorry, who was seconded by? Mr. Vituli. And all in favor, raise your hand with an aye.
Aye.
One with an aye. I'll raise your hand for a nay. And the motion does not pass, losing 4-1.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion?
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to support, initially support full remote option C, but I would like to put a caveat that we leave it open to reevaluate every 30 days with the intent being to move to a hybrid, and then the intent being to move to full live when and if safety measures allow. And I really want to put an emphasis on that the teachers need to be looking at full live remote teaching to the best of the district's ability to incorporate that.
Wow, can you put it in simpler terms?
The simpler motion, I'd like to support option C and then open it for discussion. I'd like to make a motion to support option C, full remote live or full remote teaching.
Motion on the floor by Mrs. Talapa to support a fully remote option C with
all kinds of stuff, but you wanted me to make it short. Just with the ability to reevaluate every 30 days.
With a closer reevaluation after 30 days. How's that sound?
30 days from what date?
From the first day, and then we just, from whatever day that is. And if we need to incorporate more time to give the teachers time to prepare for full remote live teaching or whatever model we incorporate, you know, we could push it back a week.
All right, so,
The students starting, but I guess the first thing is we put it on the table and we discuss it. And we need
well,
a
you gotta
second.
make a motion, which one?
So I'd like to make a motion to support Model C,
All
full
right.
live remote.
So motion on the floor by Mrs. Talapa to support Model C, fully remote. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Fatuli. Discussion. Discussion, Mr. Fatuli.
The full remote, I think, yeah, the 30 days would be appropriate, but what are we looking for in those 30 days? Are we going to look to go to the hybrid, the one model we just talked about, or do we start a whole different model?
I think that the board didn't support the hybrid because there are many issues with it, as you mentioned, like the teaching. And
Yes.
I think that my suggestion would be if we start fully live remote and we start preparing for moving to hybrid, a lot of people on the feed tonight said, why can't we do full live remote with a hybrid model as well? I mean, I know that Christy, you talked about it would be hard to have them teaching the same thing twice. Well, what if we sort of went back to the drawing board? Not completely, because a lot of your ideas are amazing and incredible, but to incorporate it so we could have both aspects. So, and I don't know what the reevaluation.
I think that would be the difficulty of teachers doing both. That's the difficulty of a classroom teacher being responsible for the kids at home and in the classroom at the same time. And that just won't work. Yes. But the model of every other day or half day, I mean, the split, half morning, half day, could still, any way you look at it, you can't have the teacher doing both. That is the key. Or you get a lot more teachers. That ain't gonna happen. But I support fully remote with the idea that teachers teach
Yeah.
their contractual hours. They are there in front of the computer or the screen or whatever you're doing. And that way the parents can have contact with them at all times. The kids and the parents can speak and talk to them during their classroom time, whether it's a high school, a 45-minute block, or elementary, the whole day that you're available with the break in there. But their teachers have to be accessible. They have to be there. They can't be asking a question and then the next day answering it.
And the students have to be there as well.
Yes.
Like we have to hold them more accountable this time. You have to be there when class starts. You have to be there when class ends.
We got to set the expectations for both the teachers and the students.
All right, so we got
I know, making more conversations. Yep, I'm good.
all right, so we have a motion on the floor. Again, was that by you? By Mrs. Talapa.
Are we still at discussion?
Oh, please. Yes.
Oh, okay. Are we still at discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear. The motion is for remote learning. And I know that we had discussions earlier that we're going to put teachers back in the classrooms, buildings open, and that's where they're going to remote teach. Was that part of the motion, or? Because I'm hearing mixed things here.
I think that's like the best plan to start.
So I guess my concern is the entire administration now has to shift. And then in 30 days shift again. And my concern with the remote is.
Well, I guess, Ron, we asked earlier if they had a remote plan. So let maybe hear their remote plan, their full remote plan.
The remote plan is in here, but there's going to be more questions that come up from that because just because I think there was going to be a lot of educational questions now. I mean, we're going to be at home, and I haven't seen a full plan of rollout of how you're going to do a bunch of things, what we're going to cut. But I can tell you in a remote management, if we have all these saved expenses and all of this staff and all of this that we won't need, I will be putting together a plan for the board to reduce down and cut down our budget and save a bunch of money. Because I think that if we're going to do that and we're not focused really, depending on what we do, but I think jumping every 30 days to make a decision and switching and without the statistics, what we just heard is a bad way. So I will not be supporting this, and you can do that.
I'm just going to put something out there. And Mr. Carvel, you were, the chair for a while, so let me know if I'm overstepping my boundaries here. But, maybe, from the sounds of it, I'm listening to everybody, and everybody's got different views. I'm hearing different plans out there, and it's not the plans that, were delivered. And that's what we should be voting on, in my opinion, that was presented to us by the staff. And I'm not comfortable that we're voting properly right now on really what's in front of us, because I'm hearing, well, let's vote on this with caveat A, B, C, and X, Y, and Z, and that's not why we're here. We're here to vote on basically what was presented by the staff and administration. Would that be correct?
Well, I think
Is that correct? I mean, it's.
Yeah, I think,
All right, so with
we're
that
here
said,
to get the plan.
And I'm sorry, I'm directing at you, but I'm just,
Well, I think,
I'm looking at everybody. So I'm going to make a motion that, that I'd like to make a motion that we actually, if we need to stay here for a little while longer and talk exactly what these plans are, that's what we're going to do. Okay? And I'm not comfortable we're voting towards what's on the paper here that's delivered to us by the staff. As a chair, I'm not comfortable with it. I'm making a motion that we rescind the initial vote that was made by Mr. Carvel. And if we have to ask questions again, we'll do that before making a vote. I'm not comfortable that we have made a vote with all the information that we needed. And I'm making a motion that we rescind the initial vote by Mr. Carvel, so we can ask any additional questions to the super. Mr. Chairman, you have a motion on the floor right now that you haven't voted on, and now you're trying to rescind the vote that was already voted. Okay, sit down, Mr. Vitek. All right. Mr. Vitek, if you'd like to approach me and talk to me, you could talk to me civilly. If you cannot talk to me civilly, you can walk out the door. Do you understand me? There's two ways to talk to me. That's not civil. You know better than that.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
So we'll have that motion on the floor by Mr. Vitek because he's 100% correct.
So, yeah, I think we have to get through this motion that's on the
Yes,
floor.
and back
by
to,
that. Excuse me.
can I just make a question to my motion, though, that's on the
So
floor?
The chairman asked me a question, that's what I was answering.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
you want me to answer that?
Yes,
or-
sir.
So I'd have to, we have a motion and a second already on the floor. We're in the discussion. We actually have to go through that whole,
Yep.
unless the person that made the motion wants to withdraw the motion.
Yep.
No.
Thank you. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that would be the
I
process.
just want to make a statement. I don't want to
No, hold
withdraw
on.
the motion.
Wait a minute. So let's get through one thing at a time. Okay? So do you have would you like to remove your vote?
No,
Or go
no,
through the motion?
no, but I want to make a statement. I think that the confusion therein lies because there really was not a lot of information presented on option C. So I see no reason to rescind any earlier vote. The motion on the table is to vote on option C. We simply need to know what option C really entails. So if Christy, I don't know if Christy or if one of you can sort of give us an overview as to what that entails.
Well, we're,
I'm not sure of the overview because I think the overview didn't give enough detail, right? So on page 32 and 33.
But do we have that?
It's very specific in terms of what remote instruction would look like. That's the reopening plan. Page 32, halfway down, starts remote instruction. So we're committed
Okay, so we started out with the understanding that this came out of our task force, right? That students engaging in either a hybrid or a full-time remote learning will experience quality instruction, rigorous tasks, and a comparable learning experience. We're committed to that. We've also said that a significant portion of phase one, those 9 days, would be focused on strengthening the quality of remote instruction for students and for teachers. In a remote-only instruction model, students would receive new content and instruction as well as opportunities for independent practice, both in person and remotely, preventing students from falling behind, which we spoke to that level of importance, ensuring continuous progress through the greatest amount of grade level and course curricula, which is what I discussed earlier. We spoke about dedicated devices would be deployed for all of our students. Remote-only students may have access to a structured course or grade level learning experience through VLEX. That is just one option that families have. They've always had that option. Excuse me. Or Edgenuity for their coursework in the middle or high school. This option would also allow students to maintain their enrollment in the Milford School District. Next bullet was that educators may be assigned to remote-only students at a particular grade level or course, which will be determined at each school based upon those numbers. Those numbers are still unknown to us, as you know. Live stream access of daily on-campus teaching will be considered for students during remote days, providing for that continuous interactive teaching and learning opportunities for students. The way that it was written here in the plan stated that, that it would be considered because we still needed information from our technology department, and we did have a number of our teachers express discomfort in the live interactive teaching in the classroom. Excuse me. And as Mr. Vitek said, we had many teachers that did that live interactive Zoom instruction wonderfully. But we also had the flip side, where some students did not have interactive access in any of, for particular courses or classes. As stated, if we weren't able to do live instruction, that's when we would be looking at, as I shared earlier, the independent practice at home, collaborative independent projects for students to work on. We would be doing those interactive learning platform. That's going to take a variety of looks, right? Some students, most of our students already have access. I'm sorry, the mask is tricky. To those platforms, IXL, Edgenuity, Lexia, Khan Academy. There are a number of interactive learning platforms that that our students currently use. All right, so flipping on to page 33, we said that every effort would be made to provide students with adult contact in the hybrid model, off-campus remote days. We talk about what remote only would look like, or what remote would look like for the elementary level in terms of students receiving their unified arts classes during that time. For our CTE program, we haven't really spoken a lot about our CTE courses, but we talked about a flipped classroom where the academic content and lessons would be provided remotely to ensure that students were prepared for to take full advantage of their lab-based classrooms when they were on campus. There's still a number of questions. I spoke with Vaso again today about what remote only would look like for our CTE classes. That is a significant concern. These are lab-based courses. Many of our students struggle to meet competencies. Many of our CTE or ACT students struggle to meet those competencies. We talked about the use of the Remind app and a couple of other items here that would support our students who were remote.
Can I ask us, but there was no plan in place for if we go full live remote, that a teacher has to have students engage at a certain time and keep them interactive and engaged for a certain duration of time?
Right. So
I think that's the bigger question that we're asking.
So Dr. Heisinger she had mentioned earlier that, that our individual schools are taking up those types of questions because they're very specific and individual to the developmental needs, but also to the grade level and content areas. So I think that, we could, each of our principals could talk about some of the specifics for their schools, but the district-wide plan informs, right, what's taking place at the school level. So, yeah.
I think that we're going to be voting on what plan, then the building and superintendent and the building administrator need to adjust it and make it work.
Which is what we intend to do with the decision.
That's
Yep.
what we need to be voting on, not,
Yep.
not everything, not how we just perceive it. That's your job.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, may I just make one point?
Please.
Just for consideration for the board. On page 12 of the plan, we had proposed 4 phases. And my greatest concern about starting fully remote is that it almost completely dismisses a really critical phase in this 4-phase plan, and that's phase 2. And in phase 2, we talk about the importance of students beginning their school experience on campus for 2.5 weeks. And the primary focus of that time is on providing teachers, students, and families the opportunities to meet one another, to develop relationships and rapport, check in on technological resources, make sure that students even know how to log in to their laptops, receive their laptops, to address the social and emotional needs for guidance counselors to meet their kids for the first time, social workers to be able to meet families, us to be able to provide training for families. Basic needs, teach safety measures, teach those health protocols. My concern is starting fully remote, when we do then transition into hybrid, we're gonna spend those next 2 to 3 weeks actually just working on routines of being in the building and safety protocols, which is going to stop instruction and then require us to lose that time and then go back to instruction, which by that time, if we're on this every 4-week change, we may be shifting again. And so our whole purpose of putting this phased-in approach together was to be able to, again, build that strong foundation so that regardless of whatever situation came about, we were going to be able to respond to it in the most appropriate, cohesive, and well-developed way. And many of the questions, to Christy's point, and we've said this over the course of the evening, there are questions that are unanswered because they're developmental questions, they're building-based questions, and I can guarantee you every principal and assistant principal on our team has already begun to answer those questions, but we want to be very mindful of the fact that our staff is going to be implementing those things, and we want to bring them into the conversation. And that's what we plan on spending the next 22 days preparing for, and then working on those first 9 days with all of our teachers and our staff to ensure the strongest start that we can possibly have. So I just ask the board to consider the importance of that phase 2 and how critical it is to the success of our work regardless of where we wind up, whether fully back to school, whether hybrid, or whether in remote. That is a critical part of our work to start the year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Carvel.
I think Holly had her hand up before me, but I do have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Carvel. I just want to reiterate that in a perfect world, what you described would be wonderful. We don't live in a perfect world. We have to make tough decisions. And I think that saying that we want to give everyone warm fuzzies and that that's why we should put safety aside initially is not a strong foundation upon which we can stand and rest our conscience and our decision making. I think that we can easily engage the students and the families if we start the school year remotely, but have that full engagement factor. We can still talk about safety measures and protocols and explain why we're starting remote, but our intention is to eventually get back in the schools. And I think when we evaluate, it's not like every 30 days we're going to take a turn in the path. The intention is to go from point A to partially back point B to fully back point C. And it doesn't really matter which direction we take to get there, but if the board isn't comfortable that the plan put in place will fully support the safety of the children, the students, and the residents of the town, and we already didn't vote to support the hybrid because we don't feel confident in it, I think it's important to sort of redirect. It's 11:20 to think about, let's finish the vote on this. If we start fully remote, you get a chance to kind of put that plan together that isn't necessarily 100% there yet, and then take it from there and work in that method. Here's the infrastructure that's in place. Here's how we're going to get the kids in school, prepare to get the kids in school, focus on the curriculum that's going to be taught, focus on keeping the schedules and the classes as we have, or however you're going to do it. But again.
Okay. Also, yes, Mr. Carvel.
Just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. I just want to just clarify a couple things. One, the hybrid model, when we say that the board wasn't confident, I'm confident in the administration executing the hybrid model. I've read this plan from front to cover. I've read the financials. I've saw reports coming from our experts at the town, at the fire department, the state, the American Pediatrics Society as well. And, you know, there's a lot of data that we're having here. And I guess I'm confident that that's the right choice. We even heard that this is the time to do it, to start, and we can go back to remote if we do it, but proper planning is everything. I think by going this way now, the administration put together a plan. They worked on the plan. They've had all these committees. They've had all of this legwork, and we're throwing an 8-ball at them with 21 days to start. I don't think that's the right thing. I also sit here and I'm looking at what I'm missing in this plan. I agree with Judy. There are a lot of unanswered questions, but my intent was to pick the model. When the model comes up, now we know where we're going. We lead from the top and we move through it and we get all the answers to it. And I agree, Judy, we got to have some answers, but I think they're prepared to give them to us. The one thing I'm going to sit here now in the remote mode is I would really like to hear from Santina, because our special education department is probably going to suffer big time in this remote learning, particularly. And this is a big problem I have in our special education groups right now, because the delivery of service and OT and all those different things that are out there, I am very concerned right now.
So Santina Thibodeau, when we were doing our hybrid, we had lots of discussion with our building level principals. We had reviewed IEPs, and we felt in most cases we were going to be able to work that through. Going into remote, I think I have to have that same conversation with our building principals, understanding our staffing, understanding how we're going to support. You may have heard that when we went remote before, there were some parents who had said that their students could not participate remotely in the services or instruction. I'll have to work with our superintendent and the building principals. We may have to bring some staff in to provide those services for students. So I think, yeah.
In this remote, the numbers would be extremely low to bring in some of those high-risk kids that the parents want to bring in,
right,
and get them the one-on-one or small group instruction for 2 days a week,
right,
to get them started and get that support that they need. I mean, that's feasible.
Yep. But understand, if we're thinking from a financial perspective, we'll be and we did this in our extended school year program, we'll still have to then recost out transportation, cleaning up the building, things like
But
that.
we have a cost anyway, and that's relevant. We're gonna get that.
Okay.
If we need to, because these kids were the ones we failed.
I wouldn't say
The
we,
IEP kids did not get what they
yeah,
needed.
and I can't simply agree with that, so.
I
think
can at
yeah.
firsthand, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else comment?
I think, I mean, it is a tough decision, but I'm afraid of what we're what we're discussing is, I don't disagree that we have to have a plan for remote. I don't disagree we have to have a plan for fully returning. The hybrid gives options of remote. It gives all sorts of options for parents if they're, if they're not comfortable with doing it, and it achieves what we're here to do, is educate students. That's what we have to achieve, and we have to put all the safety precautions in to do that. And now's the time, like I heard, and I think that's the driver of why I'm not in favor of remote. And for my ideas, it's if we see a spike, if we see something change and the data starts coming out, we can make that decision. But there's been a lot of planning so far. I think we've laid a good foundation on the road, and to divert it, I can tell you, the superintendent, now, if we divert this and you go to remote and you guys don't successfully do it and we have all sorts of problems, I personally am not going to hold anyone accountable, because we went in a wrong direction in my eyes from that particular point. But I do agree with everyone having good positions in here, but we have to stay focused on our students with safety, and we've heard all those things. And I hate to be the soapbox and the repeating record, but man, I want these kids to have an education. I want these kids to not have gaps and be behind, and it's going to take a long time to recover. And the more we do this, the worse it's going to get. And we're not providing services. And I know Santino was up here, and those direct services are so important in our school system. And I could tell you, if we're going to go full remote, then we're going to have to say no sports. So you're going to shut down all that. And I do agree with Judy and then the rest of the board, where they said the NHIAA kind of pitched it this way because why? They don't want to sit in a room with everybody on the left or the right, but I think the superintendent presented to us a good plan. How can we do it safely? And talk to our neighboring schools. I don't agree with going too far away into those hot spots. So how can we work together and do that? Because I think sports is critical for these students. I mean, I've always been a proponent of co-curriculum and that, but saying we'll reevaluate in 30 days. Well, what's 30 days give us? Let's do the hybrid now. That's what they've been planning on. And in 30 days, if you want to reevaluate because we have statistics of a spike or we have something different, then the board can come together. But derailing this to me is, there's going to be a whole lot of other questions I have in this. So if we're going to vote on remote, then do it. But I can tell you, buckle up for safety, because I can tell you I'm going to sit here all night and want all sorts of questions on remote. And I don't think the superintendent and her team are ready to answer those in the remote mode.
You bring up a great point, Mr. Carvel, that a lot of the focus was put on hybrid, just thinking that was what was going to pass, and we need to absolutely focus on remote. What a better way to really put our feet to the road and focus on remote in the next 21 days as to get ready to do it. We need to be ready for all options anyways. We already voted on the hybrid and we didn't vote to support it. So I'd like to propose that we actually vote now on what's on the table.
Yeah, and my last comment is, if this fails, I'll bring that motion back to go back to the hybrid model. So I would ask the board to reconsider their vote and support the hybrid, and then let the administration give us full plans on each one of these programs. Give us a good plan for remote, to return remote. Give us a good plan on returning fully to school. Let us answer all those questions that are out there. There's tons of survey questions, tons of that, but come to this board meeting as the superintendent and the team, getting us into hybrid, but come to this board meeting with a full package, a full operational plan, safety and all those things answered, so this board can deliberate and we can actually get through that. But I'm afraid derailing it now and changing is not going to be in a good position.
But we're not derailing it. If anything, you're sort of like postponing the kids' return to the actual physical school under a hybrid model, if that's where we end up in 30 days. And you're ensuring that the staff and the district is prepared for full remote if it has to stay. But we're not, again, can I just propose that we vote?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, just as a point for thought, the reality of us going from remote to hybrid, I think is going to be slim. I think if we start out remote, we're going to stay remote. I believe that wholeheartedly, because the reality is that right now our numbers are low. And as Officer Smetic said, if there was a time to bring in students, the time is now. The reality is most likely over the course of the fall and as we get into flu season, that opportunity is going to be gone and we will stay remote. And that would be really sad for me that all of our students are going to experience the entire first half of the year, at the very least, having not had any face-to-face or human interaction with their peers, with their teachers. And so I would just ask you to consider that reality, because most likely we are not going to move out of remote. And if we do, we're going to shift rather quickly back based on all of the predictions and all of the modeling that is out there right now. So I just ask the board to take that in consideration.
So it sounds like you're fully expecting that we're going to have a bad outbreak of COVID. So in my eyes, that's more reason to support starting remote. I would think that possibly if 30 days from now things look better, we could reevaluate, or 30 days from over that, whenever that start is.
So we have, any other comments?
I think we need to vote. I think
Yeah.
we have enough information that we have made our decisions.
So we're all comfortable?
Personally, and
We're all
wanna
comfortable? Okay. All right, good. Just want to make sure we're all comfortable. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Talapa, second by Mr. Vituli, in regards to going fully remote. All in favor? Nays? It passes 4-1. Go fully remote.
I'd just like to say, still, nobody on the board thought this was an easy decision. I worked on that hybrid model as a committee, and I thought it was a great model, but I still think it doesn't do enough for safety at any model right now. I look at the staff, how they're going to feel about it, and I look at how the parents and the students are going to respond. So that's why I voted that way.
Okay, so with the vote in, I just want to make a personal statement. I hate to leave on a negative, and I just want to correct a negative for tonight because I think it was a very good discussion, regardless of how you felt the vote came out. But I apologize to Mr. Vitek back there for getting loud. That's a very well respected teacher, and I respect you a whole great deal, and I would like to apologize for that. Okay, so any other comments or discussion by the board?
I just want to make a plea to all the teachers out there to please, as you're thinking about how you're going to do remote, make it as engaging as you can. Really, really give it to the kids. Give them what they deserve. Please, please, please embrace full live remote initially. And then if we can get into the classrooms, that's our plan. But you got to be full live remote. Please don't be afraid to be in front of a camera. Please don't be afraid of what a parent might teach. The kids, the future depends on that. So just please, please don't let us down.
Motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Motion
I second that.
made. Second by Ms. Salapa. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We are adjourned.